Evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here this evening for this City Council meeting and public hearing on November 27th, 2023. Go ahead and call this meeting to order and note for the record that all members of council are present and accounted for. As always, we begin our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance, so if you're able, please stand and join us. First item up on the agenda this evening is presentation and proclamation for the Jeff Pruitt Inspiration Award presentation to the City of Alpharetta Recreation Supervisor, Lindsay Pritchard. Mr. Kirby, if you'd meet me up front, please. Ms. Pritchard. Mr. Kirby, if you don't mind, could you tell us a little bit about this proclamation?
Yes, Mayor. This proclamation honors a professional in the recreation and parks field, Jeff Pruitt, who has worked with our neighbor, Roswell, for really his whole career. Unfortunately, during COVID, he lost his life. And so our association, the Recreation and Parks, Georgia Recreation and Parks Association, decided to honor him by giving an award for inspiration. He was a selfless leader. He was humble, and he exhibited every aspect and every attribute that a leader in recreation and parks should hold. So tonight, we are going to honor the first recipient of that award, which went to Lindsay Pritchard with our department.
Well, thank you. Congratulations. Typically, I would have an award to give you, but I did not receive a proclamation for you this evening. It's in your purse. Well, go get it.
Okay. She does have something.
That's what I was back there looking for. I was like, well, usually when I have a proclamation, I've got a proclamation to read. That's awesome. I'm supposed to present it to you, not the other way around.
See, humbleness right here.
I know. It's your humility. That's why you won the award.
Yes.
So this is the Jeff Pruitt Inspiration Award presented to Lindsay Pritchard, City of Alpharetta, Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Services, October 25th, 2023. Now, would you like to say anything?
Well, it's a team effort. Working for the City of Alpharetta is a joy and a pleasure. Changing the lives at the Alpharetta Community Center and having a leadership staff that allows us to lead and do good is a reason we have this award. So, thank you.
Thank you. You know, as elected officials, the mayor and city council get all the credit for everything that's going on in the city of Alpharetta. And quite frankly, we don't do most of the stuff that actually makes Alpharetta special. It's people like Lindsay and our other dedicated staff. So we're very grateful for your dedication to serving the people of this community and making it the special place that it is. Christine, would you like to say anything?
Sure. This is a much-deserved award. When Lindsay came to us 5 years ago, she was a force of nature that I wasn't expecting. So I am very proud to be her manager and to see her grow, and her inspiration shows every single day. And I just can't thank you enough for all that you do, and this award speaks loudly for your professionalism and what you bring to the team. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is Planning Commission appointment by the Mayor Pro Tem, Dan Merkel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is my pleasure to have the opportunity to fill my seat, my appointed seat on the Planning Commission to a man who means a lot to me. He was a mentor in the past. I called him one day and said, I'm thinking of running. He started laughing. I go, oh my gosh. He goes, you're perfect. I can prove to you that I'm not perfect, but I gave it what I could. And now that he's gone through so much of his career and some of his things are slowing down a little bit, although we may see him in a baseball uniform from meeting time to meeting time, I would like at this time to present Mr. D.C. Aiken.
Good evening. There's a copy for you. Hello, how are you? Good evening. Yes, good to see you.
Welcome back.
Good to be back.
So, I do appreciate you dressing up for this evening and not wearing the coaching shorts. He's a baseball coach in his other life. So, we're going to read the oath of office. We find it's easier if we each have a copy so I can read it and you can read it. Okay? So this is the oath of office for the Planning Commission of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia. I, D.C. Aiken, hereby accept the honor of serving as a board member of the Planning Commission of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
I, D.C. Aiken, hereby accept the honor of serving as a board member of the Planning Commission of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that
I do solemnly swear or affirm that
I am not the holder of any unaccounted for public money due to this state or any political subdivision or authority thereof.
I am not a holder of any unaccounted for public money due to the state or any political subdivision or authority thereof.
I am qualified to hold said office according to the Constitution and laws of Georgia.
I am qualified to hold said office according to the Constitution and laws of Georgia.
And I shall support the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
And I shall support the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
Further, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I shall
Further, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I shall
faithfully perform the duties of a planning commissioner,
faithfully perform the duties of a planning commissioner,
regularly attend meetings,
regularly attend meetings,
uphold the ideals of community and service,
uphold the ideas of community and service,
act and conduct business in accordance with the city's code of ethics and conduct,
act and conduct business in accordance with the city's code of ethics and conduct,
and support the charter and laws of the city of Alpharetta.
support the charter and laws of the city of Alpharetta.
So sworn this 27th day of November, 2023.
So sworn this 27th day of November, 2023.
Congratulations. Thank you for your service. We have to sign it to make it official. So the next item up on our agenda this evening is the consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of the City Council work session minutes from the work session of November 13th, 2023, the financial management report for the month ending September 30th, 2023, Lakeview encroachment and indemnification agreement, the Lakeview private development agreement, and the consent order and final judgment for McGinnis Ferry Road widening project parcel number 65. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on the consent agenda?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
However, if anyone would like to come forward, now's your chance. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do we have a motion from council on the consent agenda?
Mayor, move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Dorito, second by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. So now we'll move on to the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. The first item on the public hearing agenda is MP-23-07/CU-23-04, Free Chapel Worship Center, 3755 Mansell Road. Mr. Woodman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The first item before you is a master plan amendment and conditional use to operate a church in the former Woodside Terrace office building. Master plan amendment is requested to the Mansell Ridge Park Master Plan Pod A to add church, and a conditional use is requested to allow Free Chapel Worship Center to operate a church at that location. Do have the location map on the overhead. This property is located at 3755 Mansell Road. It's near the southwest corner of Mansell Road and Old Alabama Connector Road. This property is zoned O&I, office institutional. It's about just under 10 acres, 9.9 acres. It was developed in 1997. 4-story over terrace level office building. It's approximately 127,000 square feet. The Ravi Zacharias International Ministries previously occupied this building and served as the ministry's headquarters. Surrounding properties are City of Roswell to the west and south. The Mansell 1, 2, and 3 office buildings are located to the north, and there's a law firm building located to the east of this property. Just to familiarize you with the property does have a signalized entrance from Mansell. This is what you're looking at here. This is just past, so just east of that entrance into the site. This is a view of the office building. And then this is a view interior of the site of the 4-story office building. The Free Chapel Worship Center is the applicant. They have a congregation of approximately 550 members. They're currently operating at Denmark High School in Forsyth County. And the church proposes to utilize the first 2 floors of this office building, the terrace level and the first floor of the office building. And that building already includes a 300-seat auditorium that the church would plan to use for their worship services, accommodating up to 400 people at each service. There are the remaining 3 floors of the building, the 2nd through 4th floors, would be leased to professional office space users. Church services will be held on Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. And then the church staff, which consists of 6 full-time employees and 4 part-time employees, will keep office hours Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 4:30. Our UDC requires 1 parking space for each 2 seats in the primary assembly room, so 150 parking spaces for the 300-seat auditorium. And the property was developed with 509 parking spaces. So the property does have sufficient parking for both the professional office use as well as the church use. Of course, looking at the criteria, we believe that the applicant's proposal would be suitable as it relates to the use and development of adjacent and nearby properties. They're both a combination of office and residential properties. Noted that the property does have access from a signalized intersection. It also has access on the north end of the property. So this is a interparcel access that takes you out to Old Alabama Connector. This is their primary access from Mansell Road here. We do not believe that the proposal will have significant impacts on the natural environment. They're reusing an existing site, and there are no exterior or site improvements proposed. We believe that the proposal will not have significant impacts on public facilities and services. There'll be fewer trips during the weekday peak hour. And we believe that the use is appropriately separated from similar uses and conflicting uses. There are no other churches in this general location, and there was a 100-foot required buffer around the site which separates it from the adjacent residential as part of the master plan. This item was shown to the public at the Community Zoning Information meeting on October 11th. There were no public comments at that meeting. And then this item went forward to Planning Commission at their November 2nd meeting. There were no public comments at that meeting, and Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval, subject to the 7 conditions in the staff report in your council packets. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer those.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Woodman on this item? Thanks, sir. Would the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening. My name is Jenna Lee, and I'm with the law firm Troutman Pepper, and my address is 600 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here on behalf of Free Chapel, and thank you, Mr. Woodman, for such a thorough presentation. Again, I'm going to plug up my laptop, and we do have a short overview, but it's essentially just repeating exactly what Mr. Woodman already walked through. But just in case you have questions, I'll go ahead and pull it up and touch on some of the highlights one more time, just for good measure. Let me know if you can see the presentation. Is it at full screen? Super.
I can see it now.
Fantastic. So again, I'm going to keep this really brief. 3755 Mansell Road. Free Chapel proposes to use the existing office building for its church and related office. The remaining floors will be used for traditional office spaces. This slide just gives an overview of the zoning requests. We do need a master plan amendment and a conditional use permit to allow for the use in this location. And let's see, specifically the proposed operations I mentioned, the primary church and related office uses, and the remainder of the office building will be used for professional office. The church would propose to use the building for traditional, church purposes, primarily services on Sunday, the occasional Sunday evening worship service, and Wednesday evening activities. And one important note that the zoning application originally noted a future childcare facility in the building, and we understand that a conditional use permit is required for that use, and we are not seeking approval of that at this time. And finally, we have some representatives here from Free Chapel. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Do we have any questions for the applicant on this item? We have no questions. If you have anything else you would like to say, now's your opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards?
We do not for this item, Mr. Mayor.
However, if anyone would like to come forward and speak for or against, now's your opportunity. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'd offer a motion this evening to approve MP-23-07/CU-23-04 Free Chapel Worship Center at 3755 Mansell Road as presented tonight.
Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel and a second by Councilman Mitchell. In discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor of the motion to approve with the outline conditions as presented by staff in the motion? All vote in favor, yes. Otherwise, vote no. And it does pass unanimously. Congratulations. You're welcome. Next item I have will be MP-23-06, Celebrate Schools, 915 North Point Drive. Director Cook, I believe you have the floor on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The next location is shown to you on the screen. And the applicant, Celebrate Schools, is requesting a master plan amendment to change daycare center from an accessory use to a permitted use in Pod C of the North Point Commons master plan. Currently, it's allowed as an accessory use, which means about 25% of an existing building could be occupied with a daycare, so they are seeking that it be allowed a permitted use. They're requesting to reuse a 12,011 square foot building on 2.3 acres of the formerly occupied Golden Corral restaurant. The property is located at 915 North Point Drive, the northeast corner of North Point Parkway and North Point Drive. 2.3 acre property, it's zoned O&I and CUP, subject to the North Point overlay and the master plan Pod C. Surrounding properties are also zoned O&I and to the west and the north, and CUP to the north, surrounded by an office building to the north. Embassy Suites is located to the south. Chuck E. Cheese is located to the west, and Milton Park is located to the south and east. And I'll show you the site plan that they submitted. Celebrate School is an early childhood education and daycare operating since 1994. They don't have a current location in Georgia, so this would be the first location in Georgia. They have locations in Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Texas. The location, again, located within the old Golden Corral, serves infants through pre-K. And they're also thinking about the possibility of before and after school care. Operation hours will be Monday through Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. And they anticipate approximately 22 employees at the location. And you can see on the site plan, they're keeping the existing structure. The addition here that you can see on the corner is a 6,900 square foot outdoor play area. So that's removing existing parking, which they still have plenty of parking and meet the parking requirements, and adding the play area here. And you can see a smaller hatched area that surrounds the proposed playground, and that's for additional landscaping. And there'll also be bollards that are installed here along the parking area, but it'll have heavy landscaping that will be surrounding that play area. The applicant's proposal does not trigger compliance with the North Point open space or eco-district measures because they're not increasing the footprint of the existing building. They are proposing to provide 2 eco-district points, which are sustainable landscaping as well as alternative transportation by providing a ride share, a couple of parking spaces that would be for ride share. And the applicants did submit a rendering with the reuse of the building, and there's some changes. I'll show you what the existing building looks like. the existing building, and then the proposed changes. So it would be removal of the metal building. They would be installing asphalt shingles, putting stone around the columns here, shiplap that they would be adding to the gable as well as to other portions of the main body of the building. They did submit a trip generation report, and the daycare center would generate 141 AM peak hour trips and 142 PM peak hour trips, which is a slight reduction of 23 AM peak hour trips and 54 peak hour trips in the evening from the previous application of the restaurant. And this item was submitted to the public at the Citizen Zoning Information Meeting. We did not have any comments at that meeting. It was also presented to the Planning Commission at the November 2nd meeting. There were no public comments, and after discussion, the Planning Commission did recommend unanimous approval of the application with conditions. And there are 10 conditions that were recommended by the Planning Commission, but after discussion with the applicant and some of the recommendations at the Planning Commission, there are some changes that are recommended to the council, and I'll go through the changes. I'm going to put a copy up here for everybody to see. You see that? Oh, there we go. That one's, you can see that. So with number 1, daycare center shall be listed as a conditional use in the North Point Commons Master Plan Pod C, and this application is approved as said conditional use. Now, the reason for that recommended change is that the master plan, which was approved in 1998, it encompasses a very large area. So one of the concerns was, should this be allowed throughout all of that Pod C? So that's the recommended change to number 1. And then also on number 10, minimum 0.265 acres, which is a little over 11,000 square feet, of open space shall be preserved and improved substantially as depicted on the site plan prepared by Colliers labeled Exhibit B. Property owners shall be responsible for maintenance of open space areas. And the reason for that change is they removed additional pavement so that space, open space increased. They took out 4 parking spaces here at the corner in order to increase the landscaping. So we changed that number to meet that new site plan. And then lastly, 11, applicant stipulates that it will not object to a request to reduce and vary the distance requirement set forth in Chapter 4 for alcoholic beverage sales on the adjacent properties or within 300 feet of the property line. And this was something that the applicant proposed to be added because they had heard some concerns of impacts to adjacent properties. And that concludes staff presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those.
Thank you, Director. Any questions for Director Cook? Councilman Dorito?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Director Cook, just one question. You make reference in condition 1 pod, master plan pod C, so that condition would apply to the entire pod, right?
Right, so
And can you show me the pod?
I can.
Okay.
Let me grab that. So this is Pod C, but this is also Pod C, which is across the street. This is North Point Parkway. So the site that we're looking at is right here in this corner. And this was a configuration that was submitted during zoning in 1998. So it doesn't show the exact location of the restaurant, but it's located here at that corner. So this is Pod C. This is also Pod C across the street.
One other question. You referred to the eco district, and in the plan, the applicant is proposing some sustainable landscaping, which is 1 point for the eco district, and then the alternative transportation, which is 1 to 2 points. If this building was to be, let's say, torn down and rebuilt for even the same use, how would that impact the measures for the eco district in this area?
They would definitely be increased. So there would be an increased requirement for the eco districts. Even with a 30% expansion of an existing footprint, that requires 2 points. So they weren't required to meet the 2 points. They are, submitting those.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Director Cook at this point? Thank you, Kathy. The applicant would like to come forward. Now's your opportunity.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Julie Sellers, 1776 Peachtree Road in Atlanta, here on behalf of the applicant. A brief presentation, if you all can. Okay, there we go. Again, Julie Sellers, thank you all for your time this evening on this master plan amendment for 915 North Point Drive. I am joined tonight by Alan Greenberg, who's the CFO of Celebrity Schools, as well as Mike Forrest, who's the market director who lives here locally. We also have Nancy Miller and Walter Romanek, who are the actual property owners of this property, with us tonight, and Eric Huffine with Collier's Engineers. So my hope is that we've got the full team. If you have any questions, we'll be able to address any questions that you may have. I wanted to just provide a brief introduction. Access to healthcare and childcare are both important, but tonight we're here to talk about childcare. Childcare is essential for a healthy and thriving community. It's important for employment centers to have childcare options, and for residents, both for the short term and long term, to be able to have cities have quality places for the children to be prepared for learning and advancement in the education system. Since 1994, Celebrity Schools has been providing early childhood education and currently has more than 26 corporate locations, in addition to their other locations that are operated by franchisees. Last year, the Celebrity team began looking for their first location in Georgia. And it's no surprise to those in this room that they selected Alpharetta because of the people that reside and work in the area. This property is located in the North Point Commons Master Plan. I have the use table chart on the screen before you that shows that the master plan does allow daycare as an accessory use. We are asking for it to be allowed as a use that could be a primary use on the property. In conversations with some of you, we did receive some feedback and some question and some concerns about not necessarily wanting to open it up as a permitted use by right, but perhaps a conditional use within Pod C, and we are certainly agreeable to that. And you saw that change in the proposed condition number 1 that Kathy showed you earlier. I do have copies of those conditions that I'm happy to pass out if that is helpful as we get through the presentation. I am sure that perhaps some of you back in the day ate at the Golden Corral. I'm sure that you are probably familiar with this location, and I think by all accounts it's a dated building, and the use has not been operational for a bit. Just kind of touching on the other uses that are allowed in Pod C, it would be, a bank, clinic, community center, hotel, recreation facility, office, and restaurant. And so our request is to really transform this existing building into the child care use. Just going into a little more detail, again, using the existing building, transforming the inside into the classrooms for the children for the daycare operation. One of the benefits of this is the increase of the open space on this site, both with the addition of the playground, which is again 6,900 square feet. This site plan that you see before you has modified over time based on feedback. We did receive some feedback about increasing the amount of open space, and so you will see we have added a significant green space area, removing more of the impervious parking lot to add really meaningful landscaping around the playground area, as well as the area that I have sort of that green box sort of down at the corner, taking out those parking spaces and adding more open space to really come closer to where we know the city sees new development going while we're reusing an existing building. Did want to point out one note, if the building is simply repurposed as another restaurant, that would not trigger adding new open space or the eco-district measures that we have offered in this request. Again, this is just another look at the Golden Corral with the metal roof, with the brick, with the banding through the brick, I guess. We did have the opportunity, the elevations that you see on your screen, this was not our first pass. We did have our initial submittal and then had the opportunity to have some feedback from the city staff, from the architectural consultants, and we're able to make some modifications, which is what you see before you today. This is, kind of transforming the building with the use of the stacked stone and the board and batten instead of the more dated brick, as well as a new shingled roof. There would be a fence around the playground area. We know that we don't want to see the play equipment, and so that would be a fence to provide that screening, and then, of course, the landscaping on the exterior of the fence. We have, let me see, been working with the engineer and the city's team to address additional green space and open space. And so again, just to reiterate, this would be a total of over 10,000 square feet of additional open space on this site. In conversations, there was a question that was raised about any potential impact on alcohol licensing. So similar to the church that we heard in the application before us, churches and schools under the city's code have distance requirements. So the distance is 300 feet. We have looked at this, and potentially the only properties that could be impacted would be the two immediately adjacent properties. The Embassy Suites, the apartments, North Point Commons, the office park, all of those are beyond that 300-foot distance, so those would not be impacted. But to go ahead and address and make sure that there's not a concern that if this is approved, that somehow that could maybe hamper a restaurant use adjacent, or something that maybe the city would desire to see as a redevelopment of the adjacent sites. The applicant has stipulated and would be agreeable. We offered that up as condition number 11, that the applicant would not object to the city. The city certainly has it within its power to vary those distance requirements and eliminate that. Celebree would not object to that. So if the office next to us redeveloped into some other use and that became something, we would certainly be supportive, and that would not be a hamper to redevelopment of those adjacent properties. And just touching on the need for the use. Within 3 miles of this property, there are 6,000 children that are aged 5 and younger. Within 2 miles of the property, there are nearly 3,500 school-age children attending elementary schools. We know that daycare is needed in Alpharetta. It's needed in most of our state. It is a factor that employers consider when they are considering where to relocate, and it's certainly a factor for parents that live in the area. Celebree is excited to come to Georgia to bring their daycare, which has been very well received, very successful, and has a track record of success and being both well received in the cities in which it locates, as well as the students and families that it serves. So tonight we are here to answer any questions that you may have, and we would respectfully ask for approval of this application with the conditions as proposed.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilman Binder?
Thank you, Ms. Sellers. I know we've seen you quite a bit up here, so I'm going to ask you, because you have experience in Alpharetta, if your client was asking to redo a restaurant, just hang a shingle for a new restaurant, would you be up here today?
No, if this property is just, Golden Corral is obviously not operating. If another restaurateur wanted to go in, they could change the sign, put up whatever the sign is.
There'd be no landscaping.
That is correct. There would be no additional requirements. I think because we are coming before you and seeking this approval, we have certainly taken the feedback. We've tried to be responsive to that feedback and to be amenable to adding extra things to really enhance and bring this property closer into standards and how new development would take place. But no, this could be another restaurant, and it could look the same as the existing brick and metal.
I only said in response to, I heard if it was torn down, we could make it more towards the eco standard and have it the way we want it. But on the other end of the spectrum, somebody could come in and say, I'm going to name this the Bronze Corral and open up shop again for a new restaurant, right?
Absolutely, yes. Or the green roof cafe.
I've seen worse at North Point for retread on some of our restaurants.
Councilman Dorito.
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see you, Ms. Sellers. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I really just have like 3 areas of, I guess, question. Not concern, just questions. One is the architectural rendering that you have before us on the screen right now. Well, it's on our screen, it's not up there. And maybe I should be asking Director Cook this, whether it meets the architectural standards of what we're looking for in the North Point corridor. Maybe she can come up and answer that after, unless you know the answer to that.
I do know that we have worked with the city staff, and we received feedback, and we incorporated that feedback, keeping in mind this, if approved tonight, which we hope it will be, we do have to go to the design review board. And so the final, the landscaping, the final elevations will be approved by the design review board, but this has been vetted with the city's architectural consultants, and we have been informed this hits the mark.
And I guess similar question to the landscaping plan. When we met, when you first kind of presented this to different of us in different meetings, one of the things I was kind of honing in on was the landscaping plan. And right now, if you go by the property, it's a lot of macadam. And the city council, along with city staff, is working real hard on redevelopment of the North Point corridor in that area. City is a very sensitive area. It's very prime property for the city. And we want to make sure that whatever we do along that corridor is going to enhance and build the economic future of the city, right?
Correct.
And I know you know all this, but I'm saying it for the public. It looks from the rendering that not much is being done to the parking lot as far as enhanced landscaping, more green space, more walkable type area around here. And I guess, again, this might be a question for Director Cook from city staff, but, you know, are we meeting the standards of what we're trying to do along the Point corridor? So
I would say we will be meeting the standards. To be clear, you know, that what you see before you is not a full landscape plan. So, you know, given this is sort of our first hurdle to get approvals for the use, then they will unleash the landscape architects to really vet the plan using the native plantings and all of that, and that'll be presented to DRB.
okay. And then one final question. Probably my biggest question is, and you touched on it, our alcohol beverage ordinance, and kind of you know, making sure that we don't place within 300 feet to a school, you know, alcohol distribution or restaurants that serve alcohol, that sort of thing. And you kind of addressed kind of what areas would be impacted, but you're asking, I guess, the city, if this is approved, to amend our ordinance to allow the city then in the future to, on any future applicants around this property, to have to come before us to get relief of that, to waive that 300-foot requirement, which there'll be different councils in the future that, you know, may not like that or whatever. And so we're kind of rolling the dice here as far as my concern. Why should the city have to be put in that position is my question to you.
Well, I think that anytime you approve, you know, a church, a shrine, a chapel, a school, college campus, you know, those are the uses that are in the ordinance that would trigger. Now, I would say you could certainly, you know, figure out the way it's measured is from the front of the building that was going to serve the alcohol to the property line of this property. There is a chance that our use may not trigger that. We have been working with the city's legal counsel and really looking at if the daycare use falls under a school. We wanted to be conservative and we wanted to be upfront because it was a question that was raised to say, even if it is, and even if it triggers, Celebrity Schools affirmatively agrees as a condition of this that they would not object someone seeking to waive this distance requirement. It would be the same process that a potential restaurateur would have to go through when they wanted to locate within that 300 feet of any, you know, school, church, other uses that are identified in the ordinance. So it's not, I guess we're providing sort of some additional assurances that by approving this, we aren't going to turn around and object to someone wanting to open on these adjacent properties and serve alcohol.
Okay. And I don't know, Ms. Eswan, if this is appropriate to ask you the question of what your thoughts are with respect to the distance requirement on this application if we were to basically waive it?
So you wouldn't be able to do that preemptively. The alcohol ordinance provides the process that Ms. Sellers was referencing.
Okay.
As for this condition with Celebrity School agreeing, it would be limited to Celebrity School. So if they had a successor or, you know, parents or anybody who was maybe a customer of Celebrity and they wanted to come and speak in opposition, they could. We can't bind the whole world by a zoning condition, but Celebrity School as the applicant would be agreeing to this condition, but they would still have to go through that process.
Thank you, Ms. Eswine. Thank you, Ms. Sellers.
Councilman Hypes?
Good evening, Ms. Sellers. In follow-up to the city attorney's question, who is the actual entity that is the applicant for which this condition would apply?
This would apply to Celebrity Schools, and I would say it would apply to the applicant, and I'm happy to work with Molly to bind the operating entity for this location.
Right. I understand that the actual building is in the name of Enchanted Schools something Inc., and Celebrity Schools is a DBA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So who
the building is not. So to be clear, the applicant is not the property owner.
Okay, who is the applicant?
The applicant,
It says Celebrity Schools, but that's a DBA. Who's the applicant?
I will have to go grab to make sure that Celebrity Schools is the applicant. I think that if I'm remembering from our conversation, you had looked in the Secretary of
Right,
State's.
there is no entity named Celebrity Schools in Georgia. But there is Enchanted,
Correct. That's the entity that I think, as we discussed in the meeting with Alan, and I'm happy to have Alan come up and
Well-
talk, but that would be the entity.
I don't know where all the discussion will go with condition number 11, but in order to address what Ms. Eswine raised, we would need to know who it is that we're binding to that condition 11.
And I would be happy, I'll ask Alan to join me, but I'd be happy for it to be Celebrity Schools and Enchanted, I'll get the exact name, but you probably have it better than I do.
Okay. Yeah, if you could find that out. I have no understanding whatsoever that Celebrity Schools is a legal entity. This man will probably correct me on that. I understand there's a franchisor and there's franchisees
And I
there's
think
corporate
we've-
stores. And then
Sure, we've been clear in our application, this is a corporate-owned store. And so
Right.
this is a corporate-owned store. The legal entity that,
Enchanted Childcare of Alpharetta, LLC.
There we go.
Great.
There's my answer. There we go. There is no
DBA Celebrity School.
Yeah, DBA.
Yes.
So, okay, you've answered
Good.
my question. I do appreciate it.
You're
Thank you.
Councilman Will.
Hey, Molly triggered an interesting question, and it goes to stipulation 11, that while the school may not, literally the entire customer base of the school could, because they're not subject to this, as well as any future owners. Is that correct?
we can only commit,
So that's correct.
for ourselves. But, I don't, perhaps we could do some sort of disclosure if and when this ever became an issue to explain, that the school has proactively agreed that it would not object and to do what we can to discourage students. My guess would be if it's, a restaurant, probably a lot of parents would be thrilled about that.
I mean, to be fair, stipulation 11 has virtually no meaning, because 300 kids' parents could come and complain just because the school doesn't mean anything. So I guess I don't give any credence to number 11. But I'm also very curious as to if you can answer, why did Jason ask the question about why you're here?
I'm sorry?
Jason asked a question about why you're here versus if this were any other type of project going up. Am I allowed to ask him a question?
Not really.
Okay, then I'm asking you. Why did he ask that question?
Okay, I can't speak for Councilman Binder. The way I understood it is, if this was just somebody, property owners have the right to use their property. The property owners are here. They have indicated their intent is to reuse this building. And so if they just have, barbecue, green roof, 101 cafe, whatever, some restaurateur that wants to open up shop in this restaurant, I would not be here asking for any relief. We would not be talking about additional open space. We wouldn't be having any eco-district points. There would not be any meaningful change of this property. It would look and feel the same, and the only thing that would change would be the name of the restaurant. You can't regulate the content of the sign. So Golden Corral gets switched out for some other restaurant. So that was my understanding of kind of because I think I made the comment that, just to be clear, if this is just simply reused as an existing building, None of the parking lot goes away, no additional open space, no additional landscaping. It looks the same as it does today. And that could be true if it was any of these uses that are allowable by right in Pod C. So if somebody wanted to open up an office here, somebody wanted to open up a restaurant, the only trigger to come before council for input and approval is a use that's not already authorized. So that, I can't speak for Councilman Binder, but that was my understanding, and that was the basis on which I answered.
I appreciate your answer, and I asked it for a reason, so thank you.
Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you for being here. I think many of us on the council, and I'm not speaking for everyone, but certainly a few, feel like the building is, you know, a dated structure and the landscaping is 20 years old, as has been discussed. So what I want to ask you, I know it's going before DRB and it's their job to do whatever. There's some that would question whether the stonework is desirable or not, and the DRB can look at that. And also, are you open to architectural changes or an addition of a tower or some kind of other architectural feature that would enhance the building and make it look less like a dated Golden Corral building?
You know, I think, and this won't surprise you or probably anybody up here, you know, cost is a factor. So, you know, certainly we have already agreed to remove asphalt and add significant landscaping. I'm not saying no, but I don't have the ability to say yes, because I think it probably depends on what the scope of that is. I mean, we're re-roofing to go from that green metal to the shingles.
And that's a nice enhancement.
Could there be additional architectural conversations to take place between now and DRB? 100%. I mean, this, oftentimes when I'm standing before you all, and this is, you know, Alpharetta almost always has a lot of conditions. Not every jurisdiction operates like that, but typically you have applicants that are pushing back on some of the conditions. That is not this client, this applicant. They have been very amenable, very agreeable to, I think, really making this work. So I think the short answer to your question is I can't commit to something now other than we will absolutely welcome the opportunity to work between now and DRB on architecture.
Okay. And just to confirm, you are going to hire a landscape architect to update the 20-year-old landscaping around the facility?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? I do have one question. When you were talking about the two buildings within 300 feet.
Yes, sir.
As I recall, one of them's Chuck E. Cheese, right?
That is correct.
And the other one is the office building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I can't imagine they're going to convert an office building into something that serves alcohol, but they could theoretically at least open up something on the main floor, I would assume. So those were the only two, though?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And Molly, my other question is, since Chuck E. Cheese already serves beer, is that a conflict?
So the distance requirement in the alcohol code is going to be, this is kind of the opposite of the normal direction of things. Normally we have a school and somebody wants to come in and serve alcohol, and so then they have to meet the distance. But because Chuck E. Cheese already has an alcohol license, if Celebrity School were to have a preschool and it qualify, it would not serve to displace Chuck E. Cheese in their alcohol license. They would continue to be able to serve alcohol.
Regardless of who wanted it or
Yes.
not? Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify. So they're not losing their right. It would be potentially if there were a future owner. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
So is part of the model to do the Georgia pre-K program?
That has That has not been decided yet. We do anticipate having a pre-K, but do not know yet 100% if that's going to be part of the Georgia pre-K. I think if it is part of that, I think that would, with the curriculum and everything, that would likely answer this question of, does this qualify as a school that would trigger? And I think the answer to that would be yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Councilman Binder.
Just, may I ask questions to staff before we open it up to questions in the audience?
I imagine Julie would be glad to give them the floor. Thank you. Did you have a question for staff?
Yes.
Director Cook? Bless you.
Director Cook, help me with the, whatever the North Point study's called, but our Livable Communities Initiative. What are we looking at as far as net change with residents, office, those kind of things? Is it increasing?
Well, retail services are increasing. So the study that came back for the North Point Livable Centers said that actually additional retail is needed, but it's more service retail, like pharmacies, daycares. It actually even talked about adding grocery stores, those type of service retail.
Our residents, residential areas, like North Point Mall asked for, I can't remember.
They had requested 900 residential units. Is that the
Mhm.
application that you're talking about?
And we've added more, so we are adding more residents there. The type of areas that we're looking for more professional housing, workforce housing, what type of housing communities are we looking at adding? More like downtown where it's maybe more empty nesters or?
And it will be denser housing. It could be townhomes, condos, as well as multifamily. And when we went through the North Point Livable Centers, we identified different areas that are identified as priority residential areas along the corridor. Most of those areas are shown between Haynesbridge Road and Mansell, of course, within close proximity. But without having those applications, I don't know what type of housing will be predominant. I know the townhomes that were approved behind the Chipotle at the entrance to North Point, townhomes, and I think they're in the 600 plus range.
I believe in the livable communities. I always get those titles wrong. It did talk about more workforce housing, more prone to maybe having skewed younger, which meant families, or young professionals without families, right? So
sure, and that would be a goal.
Increase of employment, retail. Am I wrong in saying the big three prong for employment is housing, transportation, how they get there, and daycare needs? Am I incorrect in saying that those are the three biggest needs for the employees?
Absolutely, it's attracting the workforce. I mean, it's they're looking for locations where people want to live. And of course, where people want to live is where there's good schools and access to schools.
In this challenge for the daycare, which is one of the top three needs for an employment area that we want to have an economic catalyst for, is this challenge for liquor license and daycare? Would that be prevalent in most of that North Point corridor? Would be
you mean
new daycares in any area in North Point from Mansell to?
Yeah, and to be clear, with employment, they're mostly looking at the public schools. I know that Ms. Sellers mentioned the daycares, and I'm sure that is something that people look for quality of life. But that's not something I specifically hear from employers looking for areas, but it certainly would add to quality of life. Now, yes, you're going to have situations throughout that district where you're going to have requests for residential next to, places that are zoned for restaurants, retail. Even with the townhomes that were approved, of course, they're in closer proximity to some of those restaurants, which I don't believe they have an alcohol licensed. But yes, you're going to see, as that develops and changes, and infills with residential, some conflicts, certainly.
So, because I felt like there was a little bit backtracking there. So employees, like the chamber, the employers are not seeing a need for daycares for their employees while they're working to have close to the office or close to home?
I'm saying that's not the request I receive. So I'm just talking about in the economic development world, when we're looking at different criteria, the criteria that they're looking for is, does an area have a high quality of life? They don't specifically list daycare, but they do list schools. So I just don't want to, mislead that somebody is coming here because they're specifically, looking for proximity daycare. But absolutely, schools are important to employers, schools in general.
Are we in good shape where we have enough daycare facilities for what we were trying to envision for North Point?
And we didn't run an analysis. So with this application, we didn't look at existing number. That's something that we could do, but we have not looked to see how we compare with other similar cities and number of employees. Of course, we have a high number of employees. We're prior to COVID, number 3 in the country with the population increase during the day. But we haven't looked to see the similarities for the amount of daycares versus employees.
Okay. And then moving to the next topic, landscaping. Is there a certain type of, because I agree with Councilmember Mitchell on, we typically like to have a tightened up design plan look on our architecture and landscaping. Is there a landscaping type that you can point to that we can put in the conditions that the North Point standard? I know you can say similar to.
Right, and the new development has been the new Chick-fil-A, of course, with their new landscaping, but we've also had the snooze location. They had to meet the new guidelines for landscaping. Mm-hmm. That's at the corner of Haynes and North Point Park West. So those are the two. We also developed an overlay for North Point, so there's different landscape material that are recommended. You can see it's a different type of a landscape style, so they will have to meet that style with the overlay that we have in place.
Okay, and that's currently in the conditions or not? Do you think it needs to be more detailed in the conditions, that pointing to something? So I know sometimes there's ambiguity when the applicant goes to DRB saying, "Oh, I don't think that's what council meant."
You could add that to number 5. Okay. Property owner shall assess site landscaping and replace missing dead or dying landscape material with final approval by DRB. New landscape material shall meet the North Point overlay requirements. Okay. And be sustainable, native. Final approval by DRB.
Okay. Thank you, Director Cook.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Ms. Cook. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
However, if anyone would like to come forward and speak on this zoning item, now is your opportunity. Seeing no one, we'll close up. I guess you're still a member of the public, even if you're sworn in. It's Planning Commission. Please state your name and address for the record.
DC Aiken, 425 Park Creek Way, Alpharetta, Georgia. Folks, when I'm listening to this and I turn the clock back 8, 9, 10 years ago, would we have ever considered having a daycare where that property is? And my answer, and by the way, we're also going to forego, by the way, it's less than 300 feet from a place that has children. I'm not saying that it's a bad zoning, but what I am saying is we would have never considered it. In the years that I was on council, we would have never considered because that's kind of the commercial area. Across the street's commercial. We got the mall areas commercial. We would have never thought. Matter of fact, there's a daycare down the street from there on Kimball Bridge Road. And so my question is, are we doing this because of the economic situation that we've been in for the last 3 years? We'll just call it COVID for right now, where we have a bunch of people working at home. And so maybe that's, you know, the daycare. We want to get something in that place because nothing's been there for however long, at least a year plus. But what we do know from an economic standpoint is people are going back to work. We're going to start seeing restaurants pick up, or the people going to restaurants for lunch because they're going back to work. It was in the Wall Street Journal. It's been in the Washington Post about how employers are now having people come back to work for a sundry of reasons. One is just their absolute culture. Do we want a restaurant there? I mean, let's face it, when we didn't have COVID, whether you went to Golden Corral or not, that parking lot was full. It wasn't a bad restaurant. And by the way, we're also talking about a school that's going to be directly across the street from a hotel. It's more than 300 feet. And I believe from the alcohol standpoint, it's 300 feet down a walkway to another walkway to the front door, because we had to deal with it over off of Old Milton Parkway years ago. Consider, like I said, I think she's done a great job in her presentation. But the question is, are we just caving in because nothing's been there for a couple of years? Is it really a restaurant spot? And that's what we need to think. Is it truly a restaurant spot, and can we wait? So, thanks for listening.
Thanks, sir. Is there anyone else that wants to come forward? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, I regret to say that I'm going to have to provide a motion to deny the application for MP 23-06, Celebree-North Point Commons Master Plan, as presented this evening.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, a second by Councilman Hypes, that is to deny the application as outlined in the motion. Do we have any discussion? Councilman Biner?
Yeah, I can't say that I'm not surprised, and I kind of understand we really want to move things more towards the North Point LCI, the vision of what we've seen. But something's really stuck to me. I think as I was considering this year, you know, what I want to do with my future plans, and it was a post in 2018 of, hey, let's discuss of making a new North Point. And I really haven't seen that much movement more there. And I understand, you know, is it something we would have considered 8 years from now, but I don't think we'd consider how close to blight we are in North Point that we are today. And I've seen the strategy from the deal makers up here of, let's say no on North Point Mall. And I was one of them. I didn't think we negotiated with them as much as we should have to say what we want. But I think the ability to add a use that I think is going to be needed. I'm so sick and tired of hearing we want to bring in professional workforce. We want to bring in families, and that's the area you're going to do it. Well, they're going to need housing that's affordable for a well-off young professional family. They're going to need places, you know, ways to drive and get there, some alternative. They're going to need daycare. Those are the top three things. And you can talk to the Chamber of Commerce, and they agree on that. So I think it is kind of a straw man on the liquor license. I think that's probably something that needs to get fixed. You're wrong. You're right. It's a challenge right now on that. But I think it's something that the applicant was worth the fix. And we got to start taking a step back, looking big picture of what we want to do with that North Point area, because not much. We could be doing a lot more and having in a lot better shape than I think we have if we just keep having our hands in our pockets here up here on the dais. But appreciate it.
Any other discussion? Councilman Dorito.
Thank you, Mayor. Not to go against my colleague on the council, Councilman Binder, but I guess I've had a different experience since I've been here almost on my second year of my, what did you call me, retread? I think it was retread councilman, whatever.
Your second non-concurrent term.
Been on council for almost 14 years now. Anyway, and we have worked hard on the North Point corridor since I got up here. When I ran for election, we talked about it. All candidates spoke about it. Previous sitting council folks and the mayor spoke about it, on how that is, you know, a gem of the city, and we need to focus on it. And we invested significant dollars in the LCI study and other efforts by the city, and city staff had spent countless hours, along with other city staff and this city council since I've been on here, meeting about it, talking about it. We've had an application. We had a couple applications that are worthy to note for the North Point Mall area of regentrifying it or redeveloping it, whatever you want to call it. We're all focused on that, and we've all spent a considerable amount of time. So I disagree with Councilman Binder when he says, like, you know, we talk about it, but nobody's doing nothing about it. It's a significant amount of work being done on it. In fact, we turned down an application for good reason. And without getting into details, because there's a lot still happening behind the scenes here, but there's probably a much better application coming before this council as a result of the council turning that application down when we did. We had a townhouse development on the Pin quarter of Haynesbridge Road behind the Best Buy, which just last council meeting we approved the pickleball with the restaurants and stuff there. And so we turned down a townhouse development about a year and a half ago for that development because it was not what we were looking for in redeveloping the North Point corridor. And so what we're trying to do is not overpopulate the city, you know, provide workforce housing along there, but have a plan that comes before this council that's in the best interest of the taxpayers in the city of Alpharetta and not the developers. And every developer that comes before us will tell you, we need X number of rental units, we need X number of single-family homes, and it's always a very high, dense number that we have to dabble about and debate about, and they want different variances and things. And I think this council has done a great job in sustaining our comprehensive land use plan and our zoning ordinance to apply against applications that come before this council. And so there's been a lot of efforts been given to the North Point corridor. Just like this application tonight, this is a worthy project. I personally believe it's in the wrong place. And yeah, if it's one of the top 3 needs in the city as we grow as a city, as we provide more workforce housing, as we redevelop the North Point corridor, and daycare centers become, you know, the capitalistic market will decide where those daycare centers should be put. We had the applicant tonight, you know, converting an office building into a church. So there's other means and other better locations for something like this. When I look at this application, I have spent a lot of time on it. It's not what this city has ever wanted for this area. As former Councilman D.C. Aiken came up here and spoke very articulately about it. I was on the council with him, and the answer to that is no, we wouldn't have approved it back then because we viewed this as a commercial corridor. And yet life changes things, and things are changing. And so we got to make it a walkable, live, work, play environment, and that's what we're working on. And so to accept an application that I feel is not the right place for this type of operation, I think I'd be going against our efforts in trying to redevelop that corridor in the right way for the city to keep this an economic powerhouse for the next 25, 30 years. On top of the fact of meeting the architectural standards to continue to beautify the city, sustain trees, and improve greenery around the North Point corridor area, I think there's a lot of things happening that we look for in these applications that I think many of us on this council would like to uphold, and that's what we're trying to do. The final thing I'll say is when I look at the rendering of this, and I look at the lack of a landscape plan, and they want us to approve it tonight, if anything, if this council was positioned to even approve this tonight, and maybe they are, I would want those details before we place a vote on this. I'd like to see what this is going to look like. And we're not in the business of making sure that applicants that come before us are profitable and that their construction costs are too high. That's not what we're here to provide as far as leadership for the people we represent. We're here to present and look at our zoning and make sure that we uphold the zoning ordinances that previous councils voted in by the people of this city have put on this dais to make sure that we sustain some sense of proper development in the city. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be able to support this evening.
Any other comments? Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you. With all due respect to my fellow council members that are in opposition to this, my only opposition is not to the daycare center there, because I think it totally fits with the Living Centers initiative. It also fits with the North Point guidelines. And the reality is what we had envisioned for North Point has changed because we developed that North Point guideline for an eco-district friendly area. And part of that is a living area where if you're going to live there and you're going to have children there, you need a place for them to stay while you are at work. And to me, while I don't like the building and I don't like the, I think you could have gone a longer way in going ahead and hiring an architect, landscape architect and an architect to enhance the building before bringing it to council. But nonetheless, I still think it's a valuable and a valuable service to our community there. And quite frankly, I don't see the council's responsibility as doing a market study on how many daycares we need. I see that as being driven by the market. And if the market builds too many daycares, it'll take care of itself. But that I don't see as our job to say yay or nay and pick the winners and losers on things like that. But does it fit within the overall guidelines? And the answer is yes, it does, in my opinion. And like I say, with all due respect to my fellow council members, and they have some valid reasons of their own, but I can't see supporting a denial of this. Thank you.
Any other discussion? So, personally, I don't have any problem with its use. I mean, I understand that that's not what the vision was when North Point Corridor was created. The world has changed dramatically since then. When I look at what's going on along that corridor, and I'm talking about this pod specifically, what I've seen is in the near term, I don't see a lot of better restaurants moving in to other restaurant spaces. There's a saturation level of restaurants throughout that whole corridor, and they've struggled. We've lost some really good restaurants just there on Haynesbridge Road. And it's not a commentary on our vision or what we've approved. It's that the world has changed a lot. And I do think that when you look at the uses that are adjacent to this, you've got a Chuck E. Cheese, which to me kind of fits. And to say that you shouldn't have beer within 300 feet when Chuck E. Cheese is for kids and they sell it on premises. So I'm not really struggling with that one so much. I understand that there certainly are things that could be conflicts in the future, but I mean, the world has changed when it comes to alcohol. You know, one of the biggest concerns we had when DC was on council and we were all trying to figure out city center is how do we have a brewery across the street from First Baptist Church in Alpharetta? And the Baptist Church didn't have any objections to it. And I'm not saying that some parents couldn't or wouldn't or anything like that. I'm just saying that when I look at it holistically, I think there is a challenge with work. Look, when my wife and I were both working with young kids, man, you pay for diapers and daycare, there's not much left. And I think recently I was talking to one of the chamber events, and they were talking about some of this. And a woman I believe it was saying that the average cost for daycare in this area is $400 per child per week. $400 a week for one child. And so that's $1,600. My wife and I paid $1,600 for our mortgage when we moved here 20 years ago. I mean, I do think it's that daycare itself. I'm not saying that it has to be here. I'm not saying anybody's wrong for not wanting it there. I'm just saying that I'm more sympathetic to the fact that maybe if we put something that seems to be a commercial use, it is commercial. It's commercial daycare. It's not a residential, it's anything like that. It is a commercial daycare facility. They may eventually have some after school, which I think would probably help the parents who have students at New Prospect or at Haynesbridge Middle School. Both of them are right around the corner from there. So I don't really have any objections to it. I do think it would be good to have a conditional use because we don't want them popping up where it could be even more problematic. But I mean, for a mom or a dad who lives in Kimball Farms and has to drive down to Sandy Springs for work, it's a great location. That's one of the reasons why I think this is a good location for it, is people who are, you want to drop your kid off and pick them up either close to your house or close to where you work. Neither one works fine. I've done both. And this is I didn't check the traffic, but there's tens of thousands of cars that are going right through there. We know it. We drive through there during rush hour. So I don't have any objection to it. I won't be able to support this. If we wanted to table it, I could certainly look into that if the landscaping is the concern. I get that part. But as a use, I just don't have an objection in principle to the use itself. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion to deny, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And the motion does pass. The motion was denied, or the application was denied 4-3. Next item up on the agenda for this evening is new business. No, I'm sorry, we've got PH-23-14/V-23-19, 75/91 Roswell Street. Mr. Woodman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The next item before you is a request for consideration of a change to previous conditions of zoning, as well as a variance and parking in lieu fees. This would allow for the construction of a 3-story building, including 2,500 square foot restaurant, 23,200 square foot of office, and structured parking on 1.12 acres in the downtown overlay. A request has been made to change previous conditions of zoning to eliminate previous conditions of zoning at 91 Roswell Street, which is the southern half of the property. There are also variances requested to eliminate a landscape buffer at 75 Roswell Street, which is the northern half of the property. There's also variance requests to reduce the landscape strip along Cotton Alley, as well as modify streetscape regulations in the downtown. The applicant is also requesting to satisfy a portion of their parking requirements through a payment of parking in lieu fees. And as I've referenced here, the location map is on the overhead. Property is located at 75 and 91 Roswell Street. It's located at the northwest corner of Marietta Street and Roswell Street. Property is Zone C2, General Commercial. The property directly at the corner is currently an undeveloped property The northern half of the property is developed with a residential structure that's been converted to a non-residential use. And surrounding properties are Victoria Square to the west, Pure Tuckeria to the south, 62 and 88 Roswell Street are located to the east, and then the Roswell Street Commons, which are the townhomes that were converted into office, as well as the city's Roswell Street surface parking lot are located to the north. As I mentioned, the property is located in the downtown overlay and does have a future land use of central business district. The property directly at the corner of Roswell Street and Marietta Street was approved in 2003 for a rezoning and variance. The intent of that application was to save a historic home on the property and reuse it for a Cajun restaurant. That was, the variance request associated with that rezoning was to eliminate the undisturbed buffer between commercial and residential properties. The property to the west is residential property. Related to the downtown streetscape standards along Cotton Alley, Marietta Street, and Roswell Street. So the applicant requests variances there to maintain the existing 2-foot planter and 5-foot sidewalk along Cotton Alley and Marietta Street. And then they're also proposing an 8-foot planter and 8-foot sidewalk along Roswell Street, which represents a continuance of the streetscape that has been developed to the north of this location. There's also a variance request to eliminate the landscape buffer. And again, that is only on the northern half of the property, 75 Roswell Street. And then there is also a variance request to reduce the landscape strip along Cotton Alley from 10 feet to 7.5 feet. This is the applicant's site plan. Roswell Street, Marietta Street, and Cotton Alley. And so the site plan depicts the 3-story building. The building is roughly here. It's a 3-story building. The 2,500 square foot restaurant is on the first level of the building and fronts Marietta Street. This is an outdoor seating area here. On the first level of the building, you also have, there's an elevator lobby here, as well as parking spaces within the structured parking deck. On the second level of the building will be office space. And second level will technically have access from Roswell Street. So there's a lot of topography on this property. And then the third level of the building will also be, I'm sorry, let me go back. The second level of the building will be office, and it'll also be a second level of structured parking as well. Third level of the building will be additional office space. Second and third levels of the building represent 11,600 square feet of office space for a total of just over 23,000. And then on the roof, there is a rooftop amenity above the third floor of the building. There's no enclosed spaces on the rooftop. It is just a rooftop amenity deck. There was a previous site plan. When the applicant submitted the initial site plan, access was shown from 2 different streets. There was one access to the lower level of the deck from Cotton Alley, and then there was another access to the upper level of the deck from Roswell Street. The applicant has amended the site plan from the initial site plan that was submitted to the city, and they now propose all vehicular access from Roswell Street. The building is set back approximately 10 feet on the Roswell Street side. It's about 15 feet on the Cotton Alley side. The Unified Development Code requires a total of 79 parking spaces. As I mentioned in the introduction to this item, the applicant is seeking parking in lieu fees. So there 79 parking spaces are required. The applicant proposes a total of 65 parking spaces within the structured parking deck. The initial application, the applicant did show on-street parking along Roswell Street. That on-street parking could be used to meet their minimum parking requirements. However, Public Works, our Public Works Department is working on a traffic calming plan for Roswell Street, and that plan does not consider on-street parking along the frontage of this property. The applicant also submitted a tree survey and arborist assessment. There were 3 specimen trees identified on the property. The site plan is depicting a 20-inch pecan tree at the corner here to be saved. And there are also 2 boundary trees on the north end of the property. They're off-site on the adjacent property to the north. A 31-inch magnolia as well as a 35-inch water oak, and the critical root zone impacts will be limited to those trees so that those trees are saved on the adjacent property. The previous approval on the southern half of the property, so at 91 Roswell Street, where the applicant is asking to remove those conditions required 4 tree saves. This was that 2003 plan, and again, this is the plan for that. This was for the Cajun restaurant and the historic structure that no longer exists on the property. They did show the pecan tree, a magnolia, as well as a magnolia and a smaller magnolia and an oak along the street frontage. So there were 4 tree saves shown on that plan. Stormwater facility is proposed in an underground vault. It's approximately in this location underneath the structured parking deck. And then the applicant submitted some renderings. I'll show you just a couple of those. So this is the front of the building facing Marietta Street here. Roswell Street on this side, Cotton Alley on this side. I've got another angle on the Cotton Alley side. So this would be from the Cotton Alley side looking towards Roswell Street. This is that outdoor seating area for the restaurant along Marietta Street here. The applicant is showing a mercantile mill style building. Building has a flat roof, as you can see from the renderings, with the mullioned windows. Most of the building is brick, except at the corner. The building, the applicant had indicated that would be stone or stucco. There are decorative screens that are shown in the parking deck openings along Cotton Alley. The applicant, I believe, has pretty extensive renderings that they'll be showing you, and they'll show that those parking deck openings. The building is 33 feet along Roswell Street and 46 feet along the Cotton Alley side. It does meet the maximum height requirements in this area of the city. And then our downtown consultant did review the applicant's renderings and believe they generally comply with the downtown overlay requirements. He did have a few comments that have been provided to the applicant and would need to be addressed prior to design review board consideration. As I mentioned, the applicant's other request is parking in lieu fees, so they're looking to satisfy a portion of their parking by paying into the parking in lieu fees. The applicant is proposing to provide 82% of the required parking on the property, so 65 out of the 79 required spaces. That shortage of 14 parking spaces would require a lump sum payment of $94,500 in parking in lieu fees. In consideration of a request to satisfy parking requirements for parking in lieu fees, we did look at the downtown parking facilities and specifically looked at the number of spaces in those facilities, the peak utilization of that parking, and the approximate walking distance to this site. So those are the considerations that we're looking at.
Michael, if I could, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was writing something down when you said the number. What was the amount of those fees?
$94,500.
For how many spaces?
For 14 spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the first 5 spaces are $4,500 each, and then that goes up for spaces 6 through 20. That goes up to a total of $22,500 plus $8,000 per space over 5 spaces. That's how that number was calculated.
You said 8,000 per space?
Plus 8,000 per space for the parking spaces over the first 5 spaces. So the first 5 spaces are $4,500 each.
Yeah, I couldn't find those.
And then spaces 6 through 14 are at $8,000 each.
So what does that average out?
The total comes to $94,500
Per space?
No, the average, I would have to do some quick math, but the per space for the first 5 spaces is only $4,500. The spaces
That's okay.
over
I'll
5
give you a few minutes to figure out that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to get to the average cost, because I know how much it costs us. It costs us about $35,000 per space, so I just wanted to get some idea of how much the market will bear.
Understood.
Thanks.
So again, looking at the downtown parking facilities, the nearest facilities to this property are the Roswell Street surface parking lot, which is about 100 feet away. And then the next closest facility, there's on-street parking along Roswell Street, but the next closest major facility is the Milton Avenue parking deck. That's about 550 feet away. And so the facility closest to the property, the Roswell Street parking lot, actually has the lowest peak utilization of any of the downtown parking facilities. And then the Milton Avenue parking deck, while it doesn't have the lowest utilization, it has the second lowest utilization. We looked at the parking at the National Parking Association parking magazine that discusses walking distance, so how far people will walk. And they typically say for a retail customer, it's 300 to 600 feet. And then for employee parking, it would be 1,200 to 1,500 feet. So those facilities are within that 300 to 600 feet for customers walking to this property. Of course, we also looked at the variance review criteria. We do think that this property does have some extraordinary conditions due to its size, shape, and topography. Property does have 3 road frontages, so it's got road frontage on 3 sides. And then, of course, we do know that there were variances to eliminate buffers at 91 Roswell Street, and there was also the same variance was approved for when Victoria Square went through the rezoning process. So the buffers were removed for both of those requests. So the applicant is just asking for that variance at 75 Roswell Street. And then we are recommending some conditions to offset the impact of those variances, requiring additional landscape enhancements, additional tree saves, as well as signature trees to offset specimen tree removal, as well as high-quality building design and materials. The applicant did submit a citizen participation report. They indicated that they had received several public comments, received both support and concern from residents at Victoria Square. Staff has also received public comments with concerns over access on Cotton Alley. That has been removed. Marietta Street, Roswell Street intersection is dangerous. Property should be developed as residential, and previous building design does not fit the character of downtown. We did receive an email from a resident in Victoria Square late today. I believe that was sent to mayor and council. There were some concerns about the overall building design, as well as the applicant reaching out to the applicant and didn't receive a response, I believe is what he said. We did show this to the public at the community zoning information meetings on August 9th and September 13th. So this item went to 2 different CZIM meetings. There were several public comments at that meeting, concerns over access from Cotton Alley, design not fitting with the downtown, need the landscape buffer, elevate the design of building facing Cotton Alley, construction traffic, negative impact on property values, no on-street parking on Roswell Street, the building being too tall or out of scale, as well as that intersection at Roswell Street and Marietta Street in the tree removal. Staff is recommending approval of the applicant's requests, subject to the 22 conditions as outlined in the staff report. If there are any of those conditions that you would like me to go over, I'm happy to do that, or if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Michael. There's two magnolia trees on here that the applicant has requested to remove one of those. What number is that?
The tree that the applicant has asked to remove as a tree save is tree number 1363. It's an 18-inch southern magnolia. So it's this tree right here. They had already agreed to save this pecan, 20-inch pecan here. Staff is recommending that the applicant save this tree. The applicant is requesting to remove this tree from the condition.
Okay. And then number 22, I don't understand how 22 could be in there, because it basically would say you can't build anything without being on the street that the construction is right next to. I mean, it's a public street. I agree they can't block the street.
Yeah, Cotton Alley is a public street. It's shown as a public street. We had condition 22 in here because of all the concerns that we heard from residents in Victoria Square. The property owner could access the property from Roswell Street during construction, and so we were trying. The intent of 22 was to have, limit the impacts to the adjacent residential as much as possible.
Right, but it would be temporary during construction. It wouldn't be a permanent.
It would, so 22 just addresses the construction traffic.
Okay. And then coming down Cotton Alley is a one-way street, correct?
Cotton Alley is a two-way street, but you cannot exit Cotton Alley onto Marietta Street because it is only allows for a turn into.
So you can go both ways on that. But it goes down, is it dead end, or does it?
Yeah, let me see if I can, actually, I might have something.
Thank you.
Shoot. I may have something that shows that a little bit better. Give me 1 second.
There you go.
All right, so this is Cotton Alley here. So a car can turn into Cotton Alley. As you can see, there's a bump out here that does not allow a car to exit out of Cotton Alley onto Marietta. So if someone were to turn in here, you would have to use Hidden Alley and Orchid Lane within Victoria Square. Those two streets are private streets.
Well, we could offer temporary access through the parking lot down the end on the city property. I don't know how people are going to pull in there, and they're going to have a way to turn around and get back out. I agree with the residents. I don't want them staging, concrete up and down the street for brick and mortar and stuff. But I think there needs to be a legitimate plan for them if this is approved. Something's going to get built here. So whenever that happens, that's going to have to be addressed. So I can't, all right, you've answered my question, thanks.
Any other questions? Councilman Dorito?
Thank you, Mayor. A lot to unpack here, I think. First, I want to ask you about the 2003 approval on the front part of they're both commercially zoned C2 today. Do those, the elimination of 50-foot buffers between commercial and residential, does that still apply, whether or not we grant these variances or not?
So the variance that was approved on this property,
Yeah.
as well as on the Victoria Square side, will run with the land.
It will run with the land.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to put that on public record. All right. Secondly, I know we have a condition on the rooftop restaurant, or what they're calling amenity space, or I'm not sure what, not a restaurant, it's there's some term they used in the report that I read. Is that something that is allowed in a C2 commercial zoning, meaning other than us conditioning it because we might consider granting variances? So it's a give and take situation. Is that, without the variances, is that an approved use?
So the rooftop would be allowed as long as there are no enclosed structures up on the rooftop. So the only exception to that would be the elevator lobby. So the elevator lobby is exempt from our height measurement, but because the building is 46 feet on the Cotton Alley side, that is the maximum height. So they could not add any enclosed structures up on that rooftop. As long as there are no enclosed structures, that area does not count toward height, and it is allowed.
I'd just like to get your comment on the footprint of the proposed structure. When I look at Victoria Square, the homes there along Cotton Alley, and if I was living in one of those homes, just to be completely honest, this is not a development I want to look out my front door at. I don't know what impact it's going to have on the environment as far as sun, that sort of thing, the height of the building, what it's blocking. It just seems like the entire parcel is being taken up by the structure. And I know you talked about how you're getting some concessions on enhanced landscaping, and I don't know how much enhanced landscaping you do, frankly, with the way the site plan looks. I mean, I think, just to be honest, and I'm going to be honest with myself, it looks like if we approve this, it's going to be a 3-story structure with very little landscaping around it, on top of impacting the homes on Cotton Alley. So I just was wondering what staff's thoughts were on when they were considering this.
So the property is in the central business district, which would allow for the most intense zoning. So they are, the building is actually less than the zoning district that would be allowed under that future land use. It would allow up to 4 stories or 60 feet. The applicant did, we did have some concerns about the height of the building, and the applicant did make changes to the overall building as well as the site plan in response to our concerns as well as the neighbors. So we did have some similar concerns. You'll note this is the Cotton Alley side of the building. So it is a 3-story building for a portion of the building, and the rear half of the building does drop down where it is the structured parking area. And we did add some conditions. We were also concerned about what this looked like adjacent to Victoria Square townhomes. And that's why we did put some additional conditions in there to beef up this landscaping along this side to really soften the look of the building, as well as the decorative screens and these openings of the parking deck, so that that's visually, it's not visually, it doesn't look bad from that side.
And
oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot to zoom that back out, thank you.
one other question. Signage on the building. It's not showing any signage, but let's say they actually go through with it, it gets approved, they built it. How do we stop, like, signage on the exterior of the building from being, I know we have a sign ordinance and stuff, but would it protect the residential areas from looking at kind of advertisement sign, whether it be backlighted sighting or whatever? I mean, could we make sure like if this gets constructed, that there's going to be some protections to the neighborhoods there?
Yeah, so signage in the downtown overlay does require DRB approval. So we typically don't see signage on these elevations during the public hearing unless it's specific to a signed exception or something like that. That's why we hadn't asked for it, but it will require design review board approval. Our sign requirements actually in the downtown are much more stringent than they are throughout the rest of the city. So we have made some requirements. Now, we recently made a change to all wall signs so that none of them can be internally illuminated with a face illuminated sign. So any kind of wall signage would have to be backlit or externally lit. DRB also requires a photometric plan as part of the approval of this site. So they'll have to provide the photometrics to make sure that there isn't light intrusion on adjacent properties. So that will be part of the DRB approval as well.
So, and I brought this up to staff already a couple of months ago. We had development right near my house that went through DRB. And now I'm looking, I'll go home tonight, and I'll have a neon structure, lit up LED neon structure, ATM machine, in a commercial site that they decided to face our houses, our backyards, face our homes at night, lighting up our bedrooms. And I was told that they passed the photo, whatever you just called. And I'm just saying, I want to make sure that if this gets approved, that we have some protections that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and that's a good point, actually. That's a good point, Councilman. That in that particular instance, it's because that type of facility was exempt, I guess, from those lighting requirements for safety issues. But that is definitely a good point.
Thank you.
Councilman Mitchell.
Michael, you're recommending approval. How does this architectural design, I'm sitting here looking at it, wondering how in the world does it fit within our downtown design lines, which are supposed to replicate historic architecture, and most buildings that we have approved in the downtown since we developed that. So I'm looking at these balcony, the facades, one has hearts, one has birds, or one has something, a bird in flight on it. How does that even replicate historic architecture?
So with that specific, the balconies that you're calling out, that actually was a comment from the downtown consultant for the applicant that they needed to put something there that was more historically accurate. I believe maybe the shapes that are within these balconies has something to do with the family crest, but the applicant is here to do a presentation. I'm sure they're going to give you more information about that.
Because the top part of this structure looks more like a 50s post office or something. I mean, the rest of it with the trellises, that to me fits the area, the lower lying area. And I get that, but it's really throwing me off on that front, whether it's plaster or stone, or I'd like an answer, what are the plans there?
So we do have some design requirements in the downtown that will limit, if it's a stucco product, it limits the type of stucco and the amount that can be on a particular wall. But I think the applicant's architect is here today, and his vision was to meet that mercantile mill style. I'm sure he will have in his presentation a little bit more details as to what the vision is for the building, and he's probably going to be able to better answer your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Binder.
Michael, Mr. Woodman, can you pull up that map again and just maybe explain to me and the public for the houses, the residents on Cotton Alley, how it can be entered, and then once you get into that street, how you can exit with the map? I think that was missed when you were going through the questions with Pro Tem Merkel.
So again, the applicant is proposing The only vehicular access to the site from Roswell Street. But as I was explaining earlier, Cotton Alley is a public street. Currently, it is a two-way street. However, if someone were to turn into Cotton Alley, they could not exit Cotton Alley back onto Marietta Street because there has been a bump out that was added here. My understanding of a reason why that was added was because this had an access to the city's surface parking lot to the north of the property, and that there was a lot of valeting going on many years ago, and that's why that was partially closed off.
If you turn in there because you live there or you made a mistake, the only way to exit right now would be take a left at the, I'm pointing it like you can see, but where your pen is,
right here. So this is Hidden Alley. Hidden Alley continues over to the west before it hits Orchid Lane. Orchid Lane, both of those streets are private streets within Victoria Square, and those streets would provide access back out to Marietta Street.
and those bump outs, I think from what we've all seen, maybe I can speak for all of us, but what I've seen at least, those bump outs like near the hotel or near downtown, they're not really respected by the Amazon or UPS driver that made a wrong turn, right?
Sometimes people don't follow
They
rules.
either disrespect the bump out or they're going to take the commercial truck when they made it right to go through the residents' other streets, right?
They could certainly do that.
And there was a question by some residents. So Cotton Alley is a public street. It is not a private street.
It is a public street.
We've gone through exercises before of making public streets private, like because the homeowners want to take care of it. Is that a possibility here? And what would that process be?
So if you wanted to make Cotton Alley a private street, we would need a request to abandon that public right-of-way. And then if council were to abandon it, it would become a private street at that point.
And then to put a gate on it or similar to
Gates require a variance in the downtown. So if they wanted to put a gate on that, they would need a request for a variance approved by council.
Okay. And the page, the site map, the question was what percentage is the building, the footprint of the building towards the whole property? I saw it, but I just want you to point that out.
So this is in the heritage design area portion of the downtown overlay. In that area, the building coverage on the lot is limited to no more than 70%.
Okay.
If you were in a different area of downtown, it would allow 90% coverage. So it is 70%. The applicant did provide an exhibit showing that the building coverage on this property is actually 62%.
And that's verified and it looks good?
Yes, we did look at that exhibit to make sure that it looked good. I think what is a little bit confusing is that the actual property line, and there's other site plans that the applicant has prepared, and those are more architectural site plans. I'm sure the applicant will show those as part of their presentation. But those site plans really don't show the full property line. So the applicant actually owns out to the center line of Cotton Alley. So there's quite a bit of land that they own that is not going to be covered with buildings. So that's how they got to the 62%.
And then landscape buffer, I'll ask the applicant specifically what they're doing, but have we, similar to I think Council Member Dorito had about facing Cotton Alley, maybe having more screening and making sure evergreen screening on those balconies, the parking, and that type of thing. So maybe, I don't know if you think it currently has it within the conditions, and if not, maybe give you some time after applicant comment to come up with wording.
Yeah, I do think that we have conditions that address that. I'll look at that while the applicant is making presentation, and we can beef that up. I mean, I know that we've had, for example, buildings such as the Avalon parking deck along West Side Parkway, that when that parking deck came in on the east side of the Regal Cinemas, there was a condition that required some larger magnolias planted, that were planted just to help screen the look of that building because it was so close to
And
the
I
road.
can, when the applicant comes, I can ask them about where it has the upper balcony, I guess, for the office, the parking balcony. The conceptual drawings don't match what would make me feel secure on making sure that screening, where residents don't feel that they're being looked over from across the street there. So this area is part of the downtown overlay?
Yes.
And it is required by architecture styles?
It is subject to the architectural styles in the downtown.
What is the architectural style?
So the applicant is proposing the mercantile mill style.
Is mercantile mill one of our accepted architectural styles within I'm looking at the downtown development code.
So it is in the downtown design guidelines as an approved style.
So on our, where'd it go? All buildings must be designed in one of the following architectural styles. A Georgian Federal. Am I in the wrong area?
That is the correct section. So when we did bring mercantile mill, we didn't specifically add that to that section of the UDC, but we do reference the downtown design guidelines, and that mercantile mill style was added to those design guidelines by council a few years back.
So I still try not to mess with the legalese talk, but I've gotten better on my shall and must. So if it says all buildings must be designed in one of the following architectural styles, and I'm not seeing mercantile, what do I do with it?
I would have to go into the downtown code. As the applicant is doing their presentation, we do reference the downtown design guidelines. So, and we've allowed others to use that mercantile mill style.
Guidelines trump code or code trump guidelines? You could tell I was playing some cards during Thanksgiving.
It's, to be honest with you, when staff brought the addition of mercantile mill forward, we should have added it into that UDC section, specifically listed it, but we did add it to the design guidelines document, and that is, I believe, referenced in the downtown code.
I remember that happening back in the day when it was Mayor Mitchell. He snuck in French colonial on me, but and we added that to the code. But I'm looking at 2.8.7 on the architectural style requirements on there, and it's saying must, and it doesn't include mercantile.
I understand.
I like the building, and it makes sense to me having it in downtown. I think Maxwell kind of matches that look and feel, but having that within Highway 9 where there's chances for it to kind of evolve and that be part of a nice mix, but that's a termination point, and there's no chance of other buildings looking like that because that's probably going to be the last stop. So the consistency of design, I think, is what we learned in Avalon and downtown, and I think that is important. I try to really stay away from the architect things, but I do think we need to have consistency of design. If that's like kind of the last stop, it makes me a little concerned, especially if it's not matching code.
Understood.
And one other question I had was, I'm going to stay with the architect. You mentioned our consultant had some concerns or brought up things. Was that in our packet or?
So in the staff report on page 3 of the staff report under renderings, I did indicate that the downtown consultant had reviewed the renderings and that he believed that they generally comply. He did provide some comments and listed 3 bullets there. The bullets said remove arch window mutton, cast stone headers should extend beyond masonry openings at each side, and then the third one was use historically appropriate railing details.
Okay. And final thing, this may be a Pete question, but concerns over Marietta and Roswell Street. And I know we've had traffic calming. Specifically, what are the traffic calming measures that we're looking at, and where are we in the process of implementing those traffic calming measures, or exploring or analyzing or studying?
I think Pete would probably be the best to answer that question. I can certainly, this is the plan that Public Works is working on for Roswell Street here. Pete, I hate to put you on the spot, but you might have some additional information for Councilman Binder.
So the plan that is depicted above has the elimination of the left turn lanes there, so it's a shorter crosswalk area. We analyzed and did the traffic counts, and unfortunately, the warrants are not met for the four-way stop sign. What? Oh.
Did it again.
So we're basically narrowing everything down to help calm the speeds of the traffic going through there. And we keep analyzing the data to see if we can get a four-way stop, but so far we've not been fortunate. Any other questions?
There might be some questions brought up during public comment, but I wanted to make sure that they had the ideas of what we're looking at doing.
The original T-Splosh concept was a raised intersection at that intersection. Unfortunately, when we engineered the raised intersection, we were bottoming out vehicles as they were turning into Cotton Alley.
Okay.
So that was not moving forward.
While you're up here, the idea of making Cotton Alley private, are you involved in any of those decisions that just you give yeah, we could do it, it's up to community development, or?
No, Michael includes us in the conversation. So we go through it, we look at it, we see what the pros and the cons are, and we provide our input.
What kind of, what would be examples of pros and cons, or what do you look at that may prohibit it becoming private, or?
The biggest one, right?
Generally speaking, I'm not going to put you on the spot for this street.
On this particular parcel, their property line goes to the center line of the road. So that's challenge one.
The current applicants.
Their property goes to the center line of the road.
Perfect. It's good to know. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Mr. Woodman.
Yep.
If the applicant would like to come forward, now is your opportunity.
Forgive me, I was having to take notes fairly quickly and furiously there to keep up. So. While we plug in a presentation, I do want to say thank you for allowing us to be here. It's good to be home, back in this well, even if it's on the other side of the dais. A lot of friendly faces and good people here providing good service to the city, and we appreciate that. I'd like to introduce our team. The property owner is Jeff Levitan. Jeff is with us. He is a business owner and has invested heavily in the community with his businesses and other interests. A good example of that would be Phase Center, if you all are familiar with that. He's a very quiet partner in that, but it's a property and investment that's providing great service to the community. Jason Joseph is the applicant. Many of you are familiar with Jason and his experience in Alpharetta, but in this case, Jason is not just the developer. Jason is a partner of Jeff's, and they are building this building for themselves. This is not a fee development, multi-tenant type project. It is for Jeff and Jason's businesses that are already located here. They are outgrowing their existing facilities, and they want to stay here and keep their employees and their work here in Alpharetta. Then we have Matt Mitchell, the project architect. And there we go. Hopefully we're going to have some magic on your screens here in a moment. But, and then again, for the record, my name is Chris Owens, and I'm the civil engineer for the project. There we go. James, do you have us? Okay. He just plugged it in.
There we go.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Mitchell. I'm the architect for the project. And first, I want to thank Michael for a really fantastic job summarizing a really complicated project on a really complicated site. So what I'm going to focus on, because he covered so much, is really just on the building planning and the building architecture and the concepts behind it. So the first slide that you see here is what we call our inspiration images. We took some tours of some local Atlanta area and farther south mills. That's some of these that you see on this screen. We did some other research into the mill history of the South, both including as far west as Texas and as far north as Kentucky. And then we've got just some site-specific images that we think apply to this project. In the lower right, we've got an image, the southern edge of the site, which is on Marietta Street, is a really neat opportunity for a pocket park, similar to what's happening in a couple other places in Alpharetta. We've got an image in the top left of what this rooftop amenity deck could be. And just to clarify, that is intended to only be for the office users. So in other words, they'll go up there in the afternoon, they'll go up there in the morning for their cup of coffee or whatever. It's not going to be something where they're doing events at night or they're hosting restaurant events or that kind of thing. It's something that the owner specifically requested because this is actually going to be an owner-occupied building. Both Jason and Jeff are both going to have their offices in this building. So it's built specifically for them. The lower left, I think we have an opportunity for some public art, and that's one thing that has actually been brought up as one of the conditions from staff. So, whether that's something that happens on the building, whether that's something that happens as a sculpture, I think we're all open to discussion. And then in the middle, we've just got some small details here. One of them is the brick. We've picked a brick that's got a lot of movement to it. It's got a lot of color and variation to it, and it's got a lot of texture to it, so that it's implying that history. We've got another image here that's showing how we can play with the brick by pulling it forward or pulling it back to create some shadow play and interest across the elevation. And then, as Michael stated, we've actually got Jeff's family crest here. That's one thing we incorporated into the railings. But we are completely open to changing that if that's something that both the Historic Architecture Review and the DRB say needs to be done. So this image is actually from the intersection on the south side. Pure would be to your left. And so you can see in the front section, we've got what we're calling the restaurant block because the restaurant happens on the lower level here. And then the office is in the background. This tower here is actually your elevator shaft. And then this corner here is what I was referencing as the pocket park where the building is pulled back away from Marietta Street. From a material standpoint, again, there's that brick. There's this hard coat stucco. One of the things that Jeff had requested was some balconies so that they can open up the building on nice days. When I get to the rear, I'll talk a little bit about those. And then we've continued the base of the building to wrap the restaurant in the brick. One of the things in the downtown design guidelines is that one of the goals is to make the buildings look like they have developed over time, and to do that by breaking down the mass of the building or by creating different volumes so that you don't just get one large building that looks like it fell out of the sky. So that's why the architecture was developed this way, so that this front piece implies that there's a history to the building. So this is from the rear side, from Cotton Alley. Again, the stucco and the office block wraps. Now, one thing just to clarify, these balconies on the back are just Juliet balconies. They're not something that someone can stand on. They are just something that's more as decoration on the back side of the building. You can see that in the front, which Michael talked about, we have 3 stories. And then once we get back behind the building, or back behind the office building portion, get to the parking area, it drops down just to really 1 story because of the way the grade falls. From the parking level here to grade is only 15 feet. And this front portion of the site of the building is actually only the front third of the building. 2/3 of the building on the back side are only 15 feet tall. So then we get into the site plan a little bit. One of the biggest challenges of this site is there's a 20-foot grade from the front side at Roswell Street, 20-foot grade drop from the front side at Roswell Street to the back side at Cotton Alley along the north property line. So you've got 20 feet of fall there, and then you've got 15 feet of fall along Roswell Street to Marietta. So as you could see in the renderings, there's a substantial grade. So this building is dug into the hill. And then, again, you can see this block here in orange. That's actually the restaurant on the front side, and then the entry lobby on the back. And then the gray is your parking area. This parking is accessed off of a ramp that comes down from the Roswell Street side. And again, there's no access off of Cotton Alley. We originally did have that in the first plan. After the first CZIM meeting, we redesigned the site to eliminate that. When we go up to the Roswell Street level, which is level 2, you can see that there's the main entry off of Roswell Street here, and then this is actually your elevated parking section here. That section, like I said, is 15 feet above Cotton Alley. And then the orange, again, is your footprint for the office building. And then to clarify, from the curb to the face of the building in the front is 26 feet. I think there was some discussion about, the distance from the building. One of those is the property line is actually within this first landscape buffer and sidewalk area. So from curb to face of building is 26 feet, and then on the Cotton Alley side, from curb to face of building is 15.5 feet. No, I'm sorry, it's 7.5 and 7, so it's 14.5 feet. Then we go up one more level, we get to the third floor, which basically matches the second floor, and it's just office. You can see the elevator and stair core in the middle. And then when we get to the top, it's just the roof. The white area is representing the roof, and then the hatched area is actually the amenity deck. So this is not as nice a view because it's not a rendered view, but this is a similar view of the front. Again, you can see what we're calling the mill block on the right side, and you can see the restaurant block on the left. And then this is actually looking from the north side. You can see the entry, and then you can see, again, the mill block and the office block, or the restaurant block. Oops, I skipped one. And then this is the same view you already saw rendered. It's got a little bit less stuff because it's not showing all of the landscaping in the front, but you can again see the length of the parking deck and then the length of the office portion. And then this is an aerial view. This starts to show you how the amenity deck sits. You can see the parking in the back as we go all the way around the building. This, I think, shows more appropriately the height of the amount of the building that's 3 stories versus the amount of the building that's only 15 feet tall. One of the things that we did try to do is make sure we pushed the building away from the residential street as much as possible. So, conceivably, the building mass could be back here, but we've pushed it all to the corner and to the front. This is the detail that everybody evidently doesn't like, so we're totally willing to change. And then this shows you the streetscape where we've added some canopies to give some rhythm and some interest along the front, along the pedestrian. This is showing how we would incorporate the standard Alpharetta downtown lighting for the pedestrian areas. And then this just shows similar treatment on the back at the rear entry off of the parking. And then this is some detailing on the rear side where we've shown some trellis and some landscaping with some areas for vines to grow up. One of the conditions from staff is to run this the full length of the building. We can certainly work through DRB on that, and we can certainly work through staff with that. My only concern with that is we would then be increasing the height and the mass of the building in the back if we did that. This is just the elevations showing that from the front side, it's really only a 2-story building, growing to 3 at the corner, and then from the back, it's a 3-story building. And that's what I've got. Did you want to go now?
So Thank you for that recap, Matt. And I did take notes during the earlier discussion. I'd like to do my best to address some of those items and provide the ability to maybe answer those questions or have further discussion. But as we said earlier, the 2 CZIMs with the neighborhoods, we feel like we've addressed all of their concerns, especially taking to heart the Cotton Alley access, working to screen the deck and the cars from that residential side, modifying the architecture of the building, and also safety of that intersection was brought up by several of you and the staff. I have met with Engineering Public Works to look at the city project, and they have provided me with their current concept, which is included in what you're seeing tonight. So we have the ability, and we're okay with the condition proposed by staff that requires the developer to construct the city's portion of his corner of that intersection. So that curb and that sidewalk and elimination of those parking spaces will be part of that improvement. To answer a couple of questions on that, we're in a bit of a catch-22, Mr. Mayor, with that. You ask about the cost per space. And using the formula set forth in the code for parking in lieu, on paper we are short 14 spaces. And that value that Michael came up with using the formula in the code nets out or grosses out to $6,750 per space. Now that's using the city's formula. However, 8 of those spaces, 8 of those short spaces are caused by us not being able to put parking in on the frontage in order to meet the safety concern that's getting ready to be addressed by Engineering Public Works. The staff, if we met the city's prescribed streetscape, would require us to put parallel parking in front of the building, which we would be allowed to count towards our parking requirements, and that would only require 6 spaces or 6 spaces being short in a fee in lieu of. That full value that Michael quoted, $94,500, spread across 6 spaces is actually a net cost of $19,750 per space. We are not requesting to pay based on a shortage of 6 spaces. We're comfortable with paying on the actual gross shortage, even though some of that shortage is being caused by a safety improvement that we're willing to make. So we understand what the city's in for there, and we're willing to participate in that. Question about the trees, that 18-inch magnolia, yes, we would like to remove that. Biggest concern is it's under the building footprint. We understand that it was shown to be safe by the previous restaurant project back in 2003. However, that project was only reusing the footprint of an old home for its operation, so it was able to allow that tree to stay. So in lieu of that, now that same condition goes on to require the planting of 4 significant trees in place. What we would suggest is in the elimination of that tree number 1363, that we replant 5 of those significant trees rather than 4, so that there's still some significant trees being put back, and that would contribute to the park setting and to the project in the community. The other item that we had a concern with was the art described. Don't have an issue with it per se. However, what we would suggest is that the developer provide a place for art to be located as part of the Alpharetta Arts Commission's rotating gallery of artwork. And then the applicant would be willing to discuss framing that up as an initial investment if the applicant were to work with the Arts Commission to purchase the first piece. But then going forward, the Arts Commission would have the ability to use that platform to rotate like it does some of its other locations in the city to keep some interest there, if that's what the Arts Commission were willing to entertain. Just something to think about for you all. Mr. Merkel, you mentioned condition number 22, which was also a concern of ours. We're working hard to keep Cotton Alley to look like it does now. And again, like I said on Roswell Street, the city's streetscape standards would require us to put in an 8-foot planter strip and a 10-foot sidewalk along Cotton Alley. That's not what's there today. What's there today is a 2-foot strip with a brick sidewalk, 5-foot brick sidewalk. That's what we're suggesting we maintain and put back. However, to do that, it's hard to build a sidewalk and do landscaping without accessing the street that you're improving. So we would like to work with staff and submit a detailed construction logistics plan as part of the land disturbance permit and minimize any impact to Cotton Alley and the residents, keep it very limited and give the staff the ability to say no if they propose something too aggressive. But the idea is they want to stay off Cotton Alley just like the residents want them off Cotton Alley, but there are going to be a few steps during the process where they might need to for short periods of time. We'd like to be able to work through that with staff, and I think that could be done. Let's see. Councilman Dorito, you asked about the lot coverage, and I think Michael did mention it was actually 62% rather than the 70% allowed in this heritage area. And we did work with Michael to closely measure that and make sure that we were doing that accurately. And the signage requirement is in the conditions. However, it's conditioned to go before DRB as part of that review. So again, we're willing to work with DRB, and there's really no reason to put signage on that residential face. And I'm sure that the applicant would be okay with that. Hey, Matt, Mr. Mitchell, I believe Matt addressed your concern about the balcony elements, and that was a comment from the downtown consultant architect. He had a concern about that meshing with the historical nature of that mill style. So again, we'll work on that. And Councilman Binder, you had a lot of questions about access to Cotton Alley and that safety improvement. I hope we've addressed those, but we're open to more if you still have any pending questions there.
Just, would that be appropriate?
Councilman Binder.
I'm going to say the same thing that I said to Ms. Sellers. I know that you have vast experience on easements and everything. Can you speak more to Pete's, what he said about the property owner owns half the street for Cotton Alley? And do we have an easement on that, or how does that work?
You do, and that's a great point. It is unusual. The property owner, Mr. Levitan, does own, his property line goes to the center of Cotton Alley, even though Cotton Alley is a public street. And there is an easement that is referenced on the survey that allows public access across through there. So in effect, that easement does cause it to become a public access way. Half of the street is right-of-way. The other half on Victoria Square side of the center line is city-owned right-of-way. So the city owns half the right-of-way. The other half is being accessed or gained access through that easement. How that happened and why it happened, I couldn't tell you. That even predates the changes to the intersection of Cotton Alley and Marietta Street. Because I do recall when that was changed, but that had nothing to do with ownership at that time.
Is that, and I'm going to use your old hat, is that something that we should clean up, knowing that we've had other issues with other property owners and three-party agreements and that sort of thing while we're up here?
So I have to be careful. I'm not wearing your hat anymore, but I would say that would be an interesting discussion to undertake. I think that discussion goes far beyond the scope of what's before us tonight, simply because it does affect more than just this property owner. It affects the city and Victoria Square and all the owners there as well. And I don't think that's an easy answer, and I think it would require some very careful discussion.
Appreciate it, Mr. Owens.
Gentlemen, do you have anything to add at this point before we close our initial presentation?
I'll just say a couple things. Good evening. My name is Jeff Levitan. I am the owner of the property that's there. And I want to say that a couple things. Number one, I'm very invested in Alpharetta. My business is here. I have a children's charity that's based at that location. And I've made a lot of long-term investments in the community. And one of the things that I think is important in not only investing in a community, but being part of it, is getting along with your neighbors. And at both of the CZIM meetings, even preempting the CZIM meeting, we had lots of great discussions with the Victoria Square residents, and they were very open with all their concerns. And I just want everyone to know that I took them very seriously, and I came back to this team and I said, hey, whatever we have to do to try to make this everybody as happy as we can, let's do it. And one of those things, obviously, was access from Cotton Alley, which we've totally cut that off. We've redesigned the building. We're trying to make the intersection safer because we know it's not. Parking on Roswell Street, we all know that that's a little dangerous. And just walking by the bamboo and getting face whipped as you are walking down what is currently this jungle right there on that property. I guess my overall comment is that we'd like to build this building, and we think it's going to be nice and beautiful, and people are going to enjoy it. If I didn't think that, I wouldn't build it. So I know we have some objections and people that have valid concerns, very valid concerns. But hopefully we addressed a lot of them. And besides not building anything on that property, I think we've done a pretty good job. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you for hearing me.
Thanks, sir.
Jason Joseph, 115 Cooper Sandy Point in Milton. Hello, everyone. Mayor Gilvin, thanks for everyone being here. I don't know all of you, but I know a lot of you, and I've been through a lot of this over the years with the Hamilton, the Maxwell, Mayfair at Webb Bridge, Face Family Center, most recently Mayfair on Main. Heard some references to Pickle and Social. I'm a partner of Competitive Social Ventures in bringing Pickle and Social here. We brought Fairway Social here. We brought Roaring Social here. And I am from Alpharetta. I was on the other side of the tracks, now called Johns Creek, but and then Duluth, and then a graduate of Chattahoochee High School. So this is my home. This is somewhere where I started my first business, being Mayfair Street Partners, and now at Trilogy Investment Company. We moved from across the street above Sis and Moon and Clotheshorse, and now we're over in Avalon, and we want to get back here. So Jeff is a partner. Jeff and I he's been an investor. We're a partner together at Mayfair on Main, and we've done a lot of things, and we'll continue to do that. The important part here is he asked for some, quote, help with a local developer that had been through, we'll call it the ringer, both positively, and the outcomes have been unbelievable here. And just appreciate all that you guys have done. Understand the objections, understand what we've been through to try and meet the needs of the residences, the needs of other commercial developers around. We do think that bringing office downtown will help the local businesses as well. We are a work from the office, both Jeff's business and mine. Right now we've got just shy of 30 people myself, and I know Jeff has a number that will far exceed that. In bringing people during the day downtown for lunches, bringing people downtown to help local business is an important piece, and we want to get back. I personally want to get our business back here downtown. So I'm here to answer any questions as well, and just thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentation. We would like to reserve some time to respond to any questions or comments that may come up during public comment.
Councilman Hypes?
Good evening. Appreciate the presentation detail and taking on a lot of the other questions and comments head on. My question, a couple of questions, but first one is, I'd like to know more about the restaurant. Is it going to be owned? Is it going to be leased? Will the concept be subject to change, which is often the case for restaurants? And my question on the use of the restaurant and how that's operated also relates to whether or not that impacts the parking situation. So,
great question. It is intended to be a third-party lease. As with the developments that at least I've been a part of here, our goal is to have some form of locally owned. Doesn't necessarily mean that they live and are owned in Alpharetta, but having a local business, not a franchise. So we've had conversations with the current owners that have multiple restaurants around Alpharetta, Roswell, Duluth, et cetera. So that's part one. Part two to that is giving access. If you think about it, the parking that's being built on site, the parking structure, Councilman Hypes, is the idea will be to afford that restaurant the ability of parking in that deck. Obviously, as being a tenant after hours, there is no office use, which means you now have open 65 spaces. Is that correct? 65 spaces that are being built on site. So if you think through some of the issues at night, especially Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, when we've got peak nighttime, the ability of having that type of use will be there.
And that really goes to the heart of a portion of my question. So this would be an evening restaurant as opposed to a daytime lunch, or you don't know, could be all
we really would try and offer both. I mean, quite frankly, 3 Squares would be great to be able to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The reality is it's probably a lunch and a dinner location, but that has not been determined yet.
My next question has to do with condition 22. If work was prohibited on Cotton Alley, you tell me what the alternative is.
Sure.
Is it Roswell Street, or is it something else? What's the alternative?
I mean, right now, Roswell Street for sure. And so, as you know from when we built the Hamilton, we had certain periods of time on Milton where we had to temporarily close off a half a lane, let's just call it, in order to construct certain things that needed to be there, like the piles and other things that we did when we dug down. For this, if you just think the practical side of it, if we ultimately on Cotton Alley have to demolish what's there and then rebuild it back up, just the practical side of rebuilding something means that you'll have a certain period of time. It might be 15 days, maybe 21 days, might be 3 months. But if you look at the total construction of the project being generally somewhere between 14 to 16 months, there'll be a portion of that time where we would have temporary use of staging, scaffolding, whatever it may be, in order to make sure that that's built. So it would be a plan with staff, Councilman Hypes, where, you know, whatever that time period is, where things will be removed and then ultimately put back, removed, put back, in order to minimize, you know, the time periods that we would have to stage there.
So 22 says no construction, traffic, parking, or staging on Cotton Alley.
That's right.
If that were to be the case, Roswell Street is your alternative.
Only alternative, yes, sir.
And that's through traffic for people coming through the city, bypassing downtown, going down.
It would look a lot similar to what we did at Hamilton, yes, sir, off Milton.
And would that cannibalize a lane on Roswell Street for a period of time, or can you keep it off the street, or what are we talking?
We haven't engaged a general contractor yet to understand what that would look like. But if you just look at the building itself, it would require portions of temporary staging for the construction. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you for being here. My questions are mainly regarded or directed toward Mr. Mitchell. You must be a good man with a name like that.
It's a great name.
Can you give me a little description, or can you show me on the diagram that you had, without too much trouble, what the downtown architect was suggesting with you? Overall, I'll just say while you're finding that, I think the use is appropriate. I think it continues the activity corridor of Roswell Street, which is what we've all planned. I think Pure should be real happy that another restaurant's going near there, and it'll continue the walkability of Alpharetta's Roswell Street. And I also, another thing I really agree with is the trellis on the back. I think those attempts to minimize that on the backside and pull the building forward were great attempts to protect the neighbors behind you. And I don't agree that the trellis should go the whole way, because I think that's just massing it would create that second floor massing, which would not be very appealing to the neighbors once you had it there. But okay, number one, remove the arch window. Mutton, can you describe what your plans are there? He wants you to remove the arch there.
Yeah, I don't have any issue removing that.
Okay. And then the cast stone headers should be extended. Is he talking about these?
So so I haven't talked to him, but if he's talking about these, the challenge is these pilasters are proud of those headers, so we couldn't do that. If he's talking about, let me go to the back side, I'm sorry. If he's talking about these, that's not an issue.
It looks like they're already extended beyond the mason.
Well, I think he's talking about extending them into the jamb so that they've got bearing on the jamb. So that's not an issue.
I actually like the brick detailing above that. It gives it some variation. And then how would you use some historically appropriate railing? What are your thoughts on that?
I'd actually like to get with him about that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's these guys.
I see this. Can you go back to the front of the Marietta Street side? I see the 6 windows. You've got a middle section there. I actually think the family crest would be beautifully used just right there like it is and on a stone thing that would fit in. My biggest concern about this whole building is this part is too stark. I'd love to see the brick brought over there to outline the windows or something like that to soften it up, because I think it's, again, I love the brick detailing on the rest of it. What you've done there and the choice in color and things like that, and the DRB can get a hold of it, and I'm sure they will, but I still think that's too stark for the neighborhood. And I think the neighbors have spoken up about it, and I'm just wondering what you all will do to address that.
I just want to say that if you think that if everyone agreed that they thought, or the DRB and some of you, to carry the brick all the way through.
Well, I think he was saying carry some of the detailing.
I have no problem
I
with
don't have
that.
any issue with that either.
Yeah.
You don't? Because carrying some of the detailing around those windows or as headers or something, it would soften it and give it more of a historic look. I think if you could play with that,
Sure.
I would be good with the project. And I'm glad to have you all here and continuing to be here in the downtown. And I did want to ask about the timeline. I know with construction, there's always going to be some street interference. It's just part of it. I mean, we've seen that along Haynes Bridge. You know, they've got all that land, but they still had to, that part of the building had to extend into the street. What is a realistic timeline for the construction and completion of this project?
Sure, great question. Right now, we've got, barring an approval, we would go immediately into a full set of engineering plans specifically to file for a LDP. So you figure between then, ultimately the LDP, and then the vertical building, construction, you're looking at probably somewhere around 6 months. So upon that 6-month delivery, once we get to 50%, it's about, like I'd say, I'd consider a CO 2 years from today, where we would be moving in.
Okay. And the disturbance to the community time would be?
Excuse me?
The actual construction time after you got all the drawings and
is about
engineering?
Somewhere around, I mean, we're being told somewhere around 14 months.
14 months,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so it's not, it really is going to come down to, quite frankly, DRB, as well as filing for the building permit.
Okay.
Yep.
And one last question. If you're permitted to remove the magnolia tree, which I personally, I love trees. I don't have a problem with a well-placed tree, but that's obviously not well-placed. And it's a small lot. But my understanding from staff, Chris, you had said it was a four significant trees, and then staff said it was 10-inch?
Yeah, it's an 18-inch tree.
But the replacement trees, are you
we're
thinking
suggesting, right now, we're suggesting to add, I know Chris had mentioned potentially one, which is 10 to 12 inch. It could be two, which then is slightly over the 18-inch caliper. Whatever it meets, the objective would be to meet and or exceed whatever, the inches that we're losing, we would replace.
And you're thinking about those for the pocket park area?
Yeah, and quite frankly, it depends on where it can go,
Yeah.
first and foremost. And then if it can't fit, then we would look at other areas of the city to place trees in.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilman Biden?
Not sure who to address this to, but again, going to Cotton Alley, I think you made a great point about being invested makes you think being great neighbors is part of that. Where are y'all on working with the neighbors as it evolves when it's constructed? It's a great project, but there's unintended consequences of maybe more unintended commercial traffic making mistakes going into Cotton Alley, of working, since you own part of that
Sure.
road of.
And I'll say this, with Jeff's meeting, the two season meetings that we had, evidently I think I missed someone as well on getting back to an individual, but to that point, there is a training component to this as well. Put aside a commercial building that may be constructed there by us. The reality is people do make a one-way in and go, oops, Can I go all the way through back behind 55 and where the city's parking is to get out? Do I make a left to head down into, Victoria Square specifically? And so there is a training exercise there. What we're attempting to do is cut off any access both to the building and to the parking structure, which I think is critically important, and that as it relates to the users of the office, there should be no issue.
Okay.
Because ultimately, the ones that are coming to the office are ultimately going to access it through Roswell, and they'll know that. As it relates, I know a question will come up, what happens with garbage? That's been put on top of the deck and accessed through Roswell. There will be no, commercial use. There are issues of deliveries for the restaurant. Where will that go? And we deal with those things right now with Old Canton. We deal with those things on Milton. And that will be with Public Works and with, working with the city to make sure how are those deliveries being done. How does, Pure do it? How does same person? How does TBB? Where are those areas that deliveries are being made?
So,
and we'll have to work through
I
that.
guess because I don't want to start providing solutions from
fair
the dais.
Sure.
But like if they say we want to make it more permanent that you can only take a right out of that Cotton Alley, or you can only enter in Cotton Alley.
Right.
And
It's
then make it in a
pretty
way
good right
so
now.
it's.
And I know you
can't have
guys
a
were
wide-
making fun of the whole Old Canton to
Yeah.
Milton. I know is a little bit more graceful because of the pavers, et cetera. It's easier for people not to honor that. If you actually look at that bump out, it's very difficult.
Okay.
I don't live there, but I have my partner John Boniface actually lives in this development.
Do I need to put in the conditions that you'll work with the residents, to fix it, any kind of, I'm going to say, your Hamilton Hotel was a great example where we had that system where they were going in and more Uber drivers were stopping in the middle of Milton. And
been tough.
I wasn't there in the discussions, but I appreciate the fact that we evolved.
That's right, we did.
Once it was built.
That's right.
And so
And we did. And I think that's a testament too, where when you look at that where, in what Councilman Biner's referencing for those is the valet pickup and drop off, which was actually a huge condition, if you remember, that we had to abide by, and then we did it, and everyone was like, oh my gosh, we were backing up Milton Avenue like for miles. And so, but from the private development ownership of going back in and recognizing that we need to move it. And so that's the
I
commitment.
can count on you to.
Absolutely. And really,
with staff.
Really, obviously, I'm Jeff's partner in this. Although I'm helping him on the development side, I know that Jeff's commitment is to make sure that he continues to do that.
Because that's my biggest concern, because with the hotel, it was near commercial areas, restaurants, retail, but these are residents, like we're all trying to get home. We're done with our day. Like, that's the last thing you need is.
And our intention was originally, would there be the ability of just cutting it off entirely, privatizing it, and just where you couldn't make a right turn in there, and that was just their park area or what have you. Our intention is not to use Cotton Alley, and that's the important part for council.
It was discussed making it.
No. With other residents.
I got you.
What's the history? The thing that Jeff doesn't have and the thing that I don't have is the history of Cotton Alley and understanding what's happened with the previous owners of the property when Jeff bought the property, and they're the things that were there. So we don't necessarily understand that, but right now it is public, and so whether it becomes private or not is ultimately, a discussion between the city and Jeff.
Okay.
Cool. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Hey, thank you.
Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards?
We do, Mr. Mayor. The first one is Todd and Susan Freer. If you guys are still here and would like to speak, feel free to come forward.
Just so you know, please state your name and address for the public record, and keep your comments at 3 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Todd Friel. We live in Victoria Square at 12021 Orchid Lane. And I want to begin by thanking everybody. We love Alpharetta. We love living here. Y'all are killing it. So thank you for your continued work. I have to do a shout out to Michael. When we first discovered this and had 1,000 questions, he was just nailing it every time. And then to these gentlemen here, wow, your contribution to Alpharetta, we just applaud that. We're super grateful. We too want to be good neighbors. We're not about blocking progress. progress and business. So thank you for your attitude that you're expressing about being good neighbors. It's in that spirit that I would like to ask a few questions. Perhaps the biggest one.
Sir?
Yeah, this way.
Yeah.
You got it.
It's not a question and answer. I'm sorry.
Fair
We
enough.
just have to have
Fair
some
enough.
rules or
Yeah,
it
yeah.
kind
No,
of
that's
breaks
all right.
down into
I
chaos.
understand.
So if you have concerns,
Yeah.
state your questions.
Okay, here they
I'll
come.
try to make sure we get them answered once you're finished.
All right, safety. Have you all ever walked Cotton Alley onto Marietta and Roswell? You're taking your life into your own hands. There have already been 2 major accidents there, one car crashing into Pure. It is a very high-trafficked, the photograph that we saw of Roswell doesn't quite look like that. It is a blind turn. Every morning when we go to work and come home, crossing that intersection is a scary affair. Our concern is safety. And I'm sure the people back here have that same concern. How could we address the traffic issues more aggressively than an ongoing 1.5-year study that has produced no recommendations to date? Would it also be possible, considering the construction, considering the fact that Hidden Alley and Orchid Lane are private streets, I think we agree we're going to be getting more traffic back there, whether it's a FedEx truck or people who just get confused. They're going to be then driving on our private streets to get some sort of an egress from the development. What would be a solution to just stop that? I've heard it recommended already that it could be we just close off Cotton Alley. Maybe not everybody in Victoria Square is excited about that, but it would cut off all of that increased traffic. The construction, trucks going through there, hopefully it is built in 14 months. We know how things are moving these days. Construction trucks, construction workers parking in our development. How do we address traffic issues, parking issues, safety issues for Victoria Square? We'd love to speak to Roswell, but that's kind of out of our purview or concern. We just bring to your attention, it's a dangerous intersection. But our concern really is Victoria Square. Would the council be kind enough to consider our requests, our encouragements, to do what we can to keep our property values at least maintaining, as opposed to declining because of it loses some of the peacefulness that it currently has, and that we just keep a lot of thoroughfare traffic out of there. And those are really our big requests. I did notice just one thing on the document also, though, deciduous versus evergreen for the division of the back of the building. It looked like there was a lot of deciduous as opposed to evergreen, for your attention. The half of the street that is owned by the folks that are wanting to build this project, are we sure that it's the city that owns the other half of that street? I'm wondering, because we've heard that Victoria Square owns that half. So perhaps a clarification on that. Bottom line, would be super grateful if you would be kind enough to give some attention to our concerns about safety, thoroughfare traffic, and making sure that people walk in there. We don't have sidewalks in some parts of Victoria Square. Increased traffic isn't what we need. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Pete, you've been sitting here for 3 hours. I figured I'd give you an opportunity to address some of those concerns. Our Director of Public Works.
The gentleman is correct. It is a challenging intersection. We have looked at a mini roundabout. We looked at a raised intersection. We have the mini roundabout took up too much land. We have looked at a traffic diverter, which is basically minimizing your turning movements. So if you wanted to come from on Marietta Street, you could only turn going east on Marietta Street. You could only turn north onto into downtown. But that had an adverse impact of the State Route 9 intersection of traffic backing up, as well as not having a nice traffic pattern flow as well throughout the downtown area. So we're keep studying the intersection trying to get the study so that we can meet the warrant for a four-way stop sign, which is what everybody wants us to install on top of all the rapid flashing beacons and additional lighting. So that's why we keep doing the traffic analysis and keep doing the traffic count so we can meet those warrants. There has been a few accidents, yes, and you have to hit a number of accidents in a period of time for the warrant to kick in for that.
Could you explain for those who may not know what you're talking about with the warrant process?
So we just can't go out there and install a four-way stop sign or stop a stop sign wherever we want. Warrants must be met, and it's a criteria of 9 through the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. Without meeting those warrants, and if a stop sign was installed and there was an accident, we would be liable.
So that's just
this-
standard state?
Standard practice. Roswell Street is the controlling street, so that's why it has a free flow movement, and Marietta Street has a stop measure. So there are studies are out there that if you install a stop sign where one is not warranted, there are more accidents. That is the basis of the studies.
Okay, thank you. So to summarize, we're well aware of the challenges in that corridor. The problem is those were old roads built when they were dirt, and we've grown quite a city around it. And so we haven't found any feasible solutions to this point. We just continue to chip away and try to make it more safely as best we can. And we'll continue to look at all the alternatives. There just really aren't a lot of good alternatives available given the challenge of how that intersection was originally drawn up. Do we have any other comment cards?
We do, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker card that we have this evening is Francine Taylor, if you'd like to come forward as well. And if there are any other folks that would like to speak, you're more than welcome to come closer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Francine Taylor, 2017 Hidden Alley in Victoria Square. I had intended to speak only on traffic and parking peak utilization today. I have made a few other notes. I will be as brief as possible. First, I do want to thank Mr. Levitan and Trilogy. They have heard our concerns, and especially with the access on Cotton Alley being removed, we greatly appreciate that, gentlemen. I also want to mention that I'm a 30-year-plus resident of Alpharetta, and I have also made significant investment in this city through my tax dollars and my discretionary income. I don't know all of you, but I know many of you. And I really want to speak to, let me bucket these. I want to speak to landscaping, I want to speak to Cotton Alley, and I want to speak to traffic, and finally, another potential use for the development. So as far as landscaping is concerned, the landscape strip is listed as 10 feet on Roswell and Marietta Street, but it's reduced to 7.5 on Cotton Alley. Not sure why on a residential street it is reduced when on a commercial street it is not. I would like to revisit that. I would also, to Mr. Friel's point, I would also want to see more evergreen and some thicker, deeper landscaping, because the residents on Cotton don't really want to look at this building every day. Cotton Alley. I will say this, please note that while the applicant may own to the middle of Cotton Alley, at least for the past 10 years, my understanding is Victoria Square has maintained it. Construction staging on Cotton Alley should not be permitted. I am beginning to think that it might to some limited degree, but there are issues with that. Equipment will damage the street. It will create safety issues for residents and pedestrians. There's limited sight distance at that intersection, and when cars come into Cotton Alley, they're going to hit whatever is there. It's almost happened a couple of times with UPS. I would also note that depending upon the size of that construction equipment, it is going to block residents from entering and exiting their own homes. Right now, if a regular vehicle is parked on the street I live on, Hidden Alley, if it happens to be parked where there is no other townhouse, I can't exit my own driveway. That's going to become an issue for the people that live there and pay taxes. If they use Roswell Street for construction, that's doable. We've done it before in downtown Alpharetta. If we temporarily close off one lane, Roswell Street would be, I would think, a secondary or even a tertiary channel through the city, and commuters have other alternatives. To me, staging construction on Roswell makes the most sense. I also want to talk about traffic. We've heard already that we've got safety issues there, and yes, we do. A couple of issues that have not yet been addressed are the limited sight distance. Coming through Marietta onto Roswell, it is very difficult to see oncoming traffic, and excessive speeding. For any pedestrian in that area, it is dangerous because commuters coming through on Roswell are driving quite fast. Frankly, a lot of people drive down Marietta Street like they're being pursued by Alpharetta PD. But at this point, if we can get some sort of focus on speeding through that intersection, I think that would be a good first step. Parking peak utilization, as I was reading through staff recommendation, and I am not.
Just want to remind you, we're trying to keep this to 3 minutes.
I understand.
We've been past that, so
I understand.
I just
Parking
didn't know
peak
if you were
utilization.
getting close.
2 items. Parking peak utilization. It's based on a 2018 study. That's 5 years old. That predates much of the development in downtown Alpharetta. It predates much of City Center. It predates the STEM School, the Hamilton, and the Maxwell. So that is old data on peak utilization for parking for Alpharetta. I would think we would want to have a new study done so that we're working with good data and we're not getting into gridlock on parking. And finally, I think there is another option. We have a lot of restaurants in Alpharetta. As has been noted previously, some have closed. It is a challenging market right now. I'm not entirely certain that this development should have a restaurant there. Without the restaurant, the parking requirement is reduced, the footprint can be reduced, and it's a much more palatable alternative for the neighborhood. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Lagerbloom, would you like to address the parking study issue?
I can address it to the point that we're looking now more comprehensively at a downtown parking strategy. That has included some update to that parking plan. We've probably shied away from doing a complete update of it because much of it is still believed to be usable with what we're attempting to do for recommendations in the downtown. So I don't disagree that it's 5 years old, but I still think that there are parts of it that we're finding. Alpharetta's downtown hasn't changed that terribly much since that parking study was done.
And we're continuing to study it more.
We are, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Shapiro?
Those are all the public comment cards for this item at this time, Mayor.
However, if there's anyone else that would like to come forward, now is your opportunity to do so. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I offer a motion this evening to approve PH-23-14/V-23-1975-91 Roswell Street, subject to the conditions presented tonight with the following changes. Number 1, tree number 1363, which is the magnolia, should be removed and replaced with an additional 10-foot signature tree is what I was told it's called, somewhere on the property, changing that total of 10 signature trees up to 5. I want to remove parts of condition 22, and I'm sensitive to this because I do understand the situation back there. But when we talk about somebody owns half of one, somebody owns half, it's a public street. So it is managed by the city, it is enforced by the city, and that includes anybody blocking a city road. So I don't think you can say no construction traffic, because if they do have to get a piece of equipment in and maybe temporarily open up the parking lot to get it back out, those things need to be able to happen. You can't stop that now. But I do want to change 22 to read parking or staging on Cotton Alley for any construction shall be provided with the LDP, subject to final approval by staff and public safety. And then last but not least, it didn't come up, I do want to point out, I would like to add another condition, number 23, no signage shall be placed on the exterior of the building facing Cotton Alley, which is basically facing the residential, so you don't wind up with a Bob's Burgers or something. And that's the end of my recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel and a second by Councilman Dorito, and that is to approve this issue as outlined in the motion. Any discussion?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Binder?
May I ask Mr. Woodman a couple questions? And I agree with I appreciate the no signage. I'd like to also make sure, you brought up a good example, Councilmember Dorito, about illumination, and if we need to strengthen that a little bit more, because I just, signage, illumination, anything to cause issues there, or if we can.
If you have questions for Mr. Woodman, feel free.
Pro Tem Merkel brought up no signage. Should we, I guess with this project, I like the project. I think it's a good use. I trust the development. I'm highly concerned on residential areas of the, what will happen afterwards, unintended consequences. So you have more experience than I do on, what affects people more, but like, should it be illumination, signage, illumination, screening, like if the lights, if the parking area is not high enough and headlights are coming out, and you're like, oh yeah, I saw that makes a good point. Like, how do I strengthen that backside on the residential side?
So I think it's a good idea that we're adding a condition that wouldn't allow signage on the Cotton Alley side. I think that's part of addressing it. We did have a condition number 20, that states that the developer shall provide creative signage such as painted signs and/or blade perpendicular signs with final approval by DRB. So we were kind of asking for wall signage that was different than the typical to begin with. If you're really looking for something with regard to photometrics, I think the concern that occurred with Councilman Dorito's neighborhood, that had to do with signage on an ATM, and the ATM happened to be exempt from the photometric requirements in our code for safety reasons. So if you're wanting to address that particular condition, then maybe you may put a condition that there wouldn't be any kind of ATM on the property facing Cotton Alley.
Even that's I'm just photometrics on anything. You know what I mean? Because I know we caught like, well, let's stop the ATM because that happened last time, but next one's going to be a neon sign at inside the wall of an office. But
well, again, the wall signage in the downtown as well as in the entire city is no longer allowed to be face illuminated, so that the light is shining out the face of the sign. So that should help with that particular condition. And of course, if there's no signage allowed on the Cotton Alley sign, it wouldn't be facing Victoria Square.
Okay. And then while y'all were going through this application, it's very muddy, the ownership and maintenance and who's caring for Cotton Alley. Is that?
I mean, I've heard from residents in Victoria Square that Victoria Square is maintaining Cotton Alley. I do have a final subdivision plat for Victoria Square that clearly shows Cotton Alley as a public right-of-way. The 15-foot, the western 15-foot of Cotton Alley on the subdivision plat is dedicated as a public right-of-way. So
who's been maintaining it? Can you say from the city side that we've been maintaining it?
I've heard from residents in Victoria Square that they are maintaining it. I've heard that statement. I think I've heard that statement this evening.
Michael, why don't we ask Mr. Sisevich?
There you go.
Since it would be him that's supposed to be maintaining it if it's the city's. Just to clarify before we.
So maintaining that half of Cotton Alley would be part of our milling resurfacing operations that we would have. So the subdivision isn't old enough, hasn't ranked low enough of a scoring for it to take place. If there was curb and gutter that was damaged in that area, we would be called in and we would fix it appropriately.
And is that for the whole road, or?
Just half the road.
So how is it a
Half-
public road?
There's an easement, so I'd have to research the maintenance agreement on the eastern half of that road where the sidewalk is and everything. But that is an access easement, so typically we don't maintain access easements. That would be under the private property. It's a very challenging street for the maintenance side of it.
Okay. To your knowledge, has anybody performed any maintenance on that
I think we've
public
done
road?
we've done some potholes over the years, is all I can think of.
Has that been done by us?
I believe so. I can verify when I get back.
Was it an east side pothole or a west side pothole?
That I couldn't answer.
Thank you. I think that's about as much clarification as we're gonna
I can't
get
say
this
we haven't done
evening.
any maintenance on the sidewalks out there, on the brick paver sidewalks, that I do know.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have other questions?
Can I go to a comment on this, or just?
I'd prefer to save comments for when we get through with any other questions. You have a question? Councilman Will.
And I think, I'm not sure who my question's for. Maybe Mr. Woodman. So I guess my biggest concern, and because I've had personal experience with having a house on a small road during construction and having a car hit by a loader, is there any other options or opportunities for construction staging other than right in front of these people's houses?
I mean, believe our code states that you do your construction staging on the property. Again, because this property has 3 road frontages, that's why we had put condition number 22 in there, just to limit that impact to the adjacent residential. In the downtown, for example, when Teasley Place was being constructed, while our code did allow for, or requires that the construction staging be on the property, we did come to an agreement with that developer to allow some staging on the property across the street. So there was some staging that was allowed over there. And in tight environments such as the downtown where the properties are smaller, sometimes you do need to make some of those.
I mean, I'm just thinking realistically, only because I've seen this, is we can say this, and yet at the end of the day, when you've got a crew out there and they just decide to shut the road down and start running loaders around, there's not much we're going to do about it. And by the time somebody does complain, they finish what they're doing and they've shut down the road for however amount of time they want to shut it down for. So I guess I feel for the residents, and I'm just curious if there's anything we can do or any change we can make that would alleviate as much as possible the burden we're about to put on them for this 2-year construction period. And I don't know, that's why I'm asking.
I mean, I don't understand.
I did, and my understanding of the change was that we were basically saying it's going to happen, and there's not much we can do about it. That's the way I understood it.
Mayor Pro Tem, could you just go back over the change you made to
Any
condition
Yes.
22?
Removing, there should be no construction traffic, because you can't do that on a public road. But you can say, no, you can say any parking or staging on Cotton Alley for construction shall be provided with the LDP, subject to final approval by staff and public safety. So any staging has to come to staff for approval and public safety. And when I say staging, I mean you set down some beams that are going up tomorrow. I'm not talking about putting a load of gravel out there that you're going to use for the entire project. That would never be approved. But I want staff to approve with public safety. We use public safety all the time when they want to do construction after hours or closed roads. So they need to be involved, because these guys have a right to get in and out of their property. And anybody that impedes on that for more than a few minutes, it would be in violation, and the city would easily have a complaint. So if it happens, I want to hear about it.
I appreciate that. I guess sitting up here, didn't quite understand exactly what you were saying, so I'm curious if everybody else understood exactly what you were saying. So that's a good clarification.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilman Bonnie, you've got another question? No?
I don't want to get further on what we're doing.
All right. So we're done with the questions. Any other comments? Comments first.
Or
You
whatever.
comment before you vote.
I'm the
Once you
president.
vote,
Right.
it's done.
Just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Mr. Levitan and Mr. Joseph, first and foremost, for your investment and partnership with the city. You have been great stewards in the city and helping us build our economy, and you've been, everything you've done to date has been exceptional as far as enhancing the quality of life in our city. So I want to publicly thank you for that. Secondly, this is a project that is a little bit sensitive because it's like a transition point. So from the city overlay to the residential construction development, Victoria Square, and so I think a lot of the questions were more making sure we're protecting the residents there that were, I think it was Mr. I guess his name, Friel, talked about, maintaining the home values, if not continue. I mean, our intention is to continue to enhance home values in the city. And so I do think this development has a real possibility of enhancing home values there, if done properly. And I think based upon the discussions we had tonight, leading up to tonight, I do think it's going to be a quality project for the city. It does meet the C2 commercial zoning, so we have limitations up here as far as what we can ask a developer to do or not do. But some things we talk about, when you talk about variances and things, we're allowed to kind of make changes to improve the project, hopefully, for both yourself and for the city. And I think with staff's involvement and input from the city council tonight, I think we're going to see some good improvements to even coming out of the meeting tonight if this is approved. I would ask you just publicly to be, and you already have been, you've been at 2 meetings with the neighborhood, and I really applaud you for that. To be very active with the community there and be sensitive to their needs. I know if I said this earlier, if that was one of my homes facing this development project, there's a couple of things I would assume as a resident there. You're going to hear noise. It's a construction site. I would hope that our city staff works with you. I think our current construction requirements is you're allowed to construct between 7 and 7 weekdays, up to 5 p.m. on Saturdays, and no construction on Sundays. You're going to have to work with the city staff when there's events on the weekends, maybe even on Thursday night, where some of those, even though you might be allowed to go up to 7 p.m., you yourself might decide that let's not impact what's going on around us in the neighborhoods, give some peace and quiet to the neighborhood. That doesn't have to be codified or passed through conditions here. I think you'll be good neighbors, and you've proven that in the past with other developments. So I do think this is going to be a really nice project for the city, and I'm satisfied with what your sensitivities to the neighborhood there, and I look forward to it coming out of the ground. So thank you.
Councilman Binder?
I remember early on, like as we were saying, what would downtown Alpharetta be like? And along that lane of land, I think a few of us were up here where, remember, somebody wanted to put shipping containers and make that a mini restaurant pod. So I say that to mean that we can't control the flow of applications that come in, but we can know when there's a quality application and when there's a proven history of, and no development's ever easy. It's like we get to call up and say, hey, get the construction trucks out. It's way past dark or whatever, but we work on those things. But a good quality project that we can be proud of, when all the chaos is done, everyone can look back and say, man, that really improved Alpharetta. And so I don't want to miss out and say vote against this because I have concerns on the residents. And I'm counting on you, Jason, because I know you more. Take care of the neighbors. If Cotton Alley all of a sudden gets booked up, just if they want it closed off or if they want anything, just please, dear God, just treat it like if it was your home behind there, on there. But I appreciate what you've done. I think you've answered a lot of the state. What I've learned on the traffic safety issues, that's an Alpharetta thing. And I think as we bring more, we'll be able to have the ability to bring the proof to say, hey, that needs a 4-way stop. So that's on us. The screening, the illumination, if somebody say, hey, I can see what's going on in my home and I'm trying to relax, fix it. And you've had the history. I would normally want to put it on conditions, but you've had the history on several applications before. So as long as you're consistent with what you've done in the past, then I appreciate to see what's in the future.
Councilman Hypes.
Well, we'll begin with the thank yous, both to the applicant for your presentation and working with the neighbors and to the neighbors. It's clear to me, I saw some early iterations of this project, and it's clear to me that you, the neighbors, have made this a better project more than anybody. You engaged in this process, and you may not have gotten everything that you wanted, but I saw the early versions of this, and you guys have done a masterful job of standing up for your community. And thank you for coming out and engaging. And it really does me a lot of good when I go home after a meeting like this to hear the thank yous that you, the residents, were giving to this applicant who came forward for hearing you and working with you. That's the kind of thing that makes Alpharetta great, is when people want to redevelop and then they work with the neighbors. Those are the ones that work out the best. And, you know, I debated about commenting, but I wanted to comment on this because this is another great example of what Alpharetta does well and the direction we're going. You know, you all can't visualize right now what this is going to mean to your community when this building is built, but there were a lot of people who couldn't visualize, you know, Liberty Hall. And we just couldn't get our head wrapped around that a gas station is going to have a four-story, the tallest four-story building ever, built on that spot. And then Data Scan, and then 100 North Main, and 55 Roswell. You know, our city is in transition, but it's doing so with quality buildings. And you know, outside of the crossroads of downtown, we've heard about the Hamilton Hotel. It's coming about because this city has planned it out. And that's why I wanted to comment. What makes Alpharetta great is we have a plan and we stick to it. This is Zone C2. Victoria Square, this could be a bowling alley and they wouldn't have to ask us about it. You know, they could put a bowling alley there. The list of things on C2 that could be built there is mind-boggling. But office is one of the things that can be built there. And you all made this a better office building, and it's going to become part of your neighborhood. So, you know, long before there was Victoria Square, which I understand you all bought original owners in 2013, this was a commercial piece of property. And under our planning, which is what we excel at, this could be a four-story building with greater mass than what it is, but it's not. It's the best building that we can get out of this process. And the thanks, in my opinion, goes to Victoria Square for your input. Secondly, the thanks goes to these applicants who heard you and want to be good neighbors. And so I applaud this. I'm all in favor of office in the areas of downtown that have been planned for it. I think it's good for our businesses. I think it's good for our residences. I am a downtown person. I live downtown and walk everywhere. I've walked through that intersection a lot. And I'll challenge you that the one going across Old Milton Parkway at Highway 9 might be a little bit more dicey. I'm not sure. But all that being said, thank you to everyone. I look forward to a successful outcome, and the city is here to hear any concerns if it isn't going according to plan. So.
Everyone clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion as outlined by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously. Congratulations. Now just do what you promised to do.
It's the easy part, right?
Does anyone need a break, or do we just plow through? Okay.
I've been on longer flights.
Just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. Okay, so that'll move on to the new business portion of tonight's meeting. First item will be PH-23-20, Unified Development Code Text Amendments, Temporary Uses. Director Cook, I believe. Director Cook?
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to go ahead and do the reading?
Yes, please begin the reading.
An ordinance by the mayor and council of the city of Alpharetta, Georgia, to amend Article 2 of the Unified Development Code of the city of Alpharetta, Georgia, to amend regulations pertaining to temporary uses, to repeal conflicting ordinances, and for other purposes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eswine.
And Mayor and Council, there are no changes from the first reading, so there are no changes proposed with the second reading.
All right, any questions from council? Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
However, if anyone would like to come forward and speak on this, now's your chance. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Tonight I'd like to approve, a motion to approve PH-23-20 Unified Development Code Text Amendment, Temporary Uses, second reading, as was been presented before this council.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, a second by Councilman Mitchell. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve, please vote yes.
Referred to as the no clown rule.
And it does pass unanimously. So we'll move on to next item under new business is purchase approval, information technology workstation equipment replacement. Director Montgomery, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Staff recommends approval to purchase workstation equipment for the annual replacement of technology for all city departments in fiscal year 2024 in the amount of $235,000 to Dell Marketing off of the state contract, which I won't read. This is the annual refresh of our workstation equipment, laptops, desktops, monitors, accessories associated with this. It is a 4-year refresh. Our standard is 4-year refresh for workstations and laptops. We have recently set a standard of 8 years on monitors. There was no standard before. We want to try and do, do 2 refreshes out of our monitors, which we think we can do. And so I laid out the details of sort of a breakdown there of what that encompasses. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions from council? Councilman Will.
Quick question, Adam.
Yes, sir.
What do we do with the old ones?
So the old machines are turned over to the finance department, who does some sort of recycling or.
So they're all sitting in Tom's office?
We pile them in there. No, they have a company that we contract with. I know one time we might have been recycling, and one time we were disposing. I don't know which one's which now.
Can we ask Tom?
Director Harris.
Director Harris, what we do with those?
Stretch your legs. Come tell us the answer to Councilman Will's question.
We're going to run upstairs and look in your closet in a minute.
You know, of all the questions I prepared for, I didn't think of that. I think we still use a company, or I know that we do everything gov deals. So if something has a price of over $500, it's definitely going to be sold. Now, these get pretty low value by the time they're ready to go. But due to the numbers, I'm just drawing a blank on whether or not we currently have a vendor that comes and just takes them off our hands.
We have a vendor that does come. We deal with the vendor. I just don't know what they do with them, if they're resold or if they're.
Just curious if we get money from them, if they've been stripped down to their base, obviously.
So we wipe the machines as part of our requirement for our CGIS requirements. We have to wipe all the machines ourselves. So we make sure everything's off the machines.
Typically, those devices, when they're recovered like that, they take out all the silver and the gold and all of those valuable metals and then trash the rest.
Okay, just curious.
Councilman Mitchell?
Mr. Harris, are you selling them on Facebook Marketplace?
I
have a quick.
Any other questions for him so we can get moving on this meeting? Councilman Dorito.
I know we want to get home tonight, but I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
When you say 4 years, so every average desktop, laptop gets turned over every 4 years, is that basically
Correct.
the plan? Is that too long in today's world of technology and advances every year?
No, I don't think so.
No?
We don't buy, so the machines we're buying are not typical, consumer grade machines. These are Dell business class computers. And so they have lasted 4 years. I think the biggest thing for us was many years ago, getting rid of the spinning disk and going to an SSD. That really helped us a lot. That's an old statement now, but that's where we saw most of our problems, really, especially with the ones in the car. But no, I think we use them up. I mean, 4 years puts a toll on them, but 4 years I think is the right number.
I asked this question because in our industry, we turn them over every 2 years, so.
3 years? Yeah.
2.
2 years, really?
Every 2 years we get a new computer, so. But.
I think.
But I know it's taxpayer dollars, but we are the technology city of the South, though, right?
We are. And I'll tell you, in talking with contemporaries around the state, 4 years is probably more than most others. So, you mean faster than most others, yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
However, if you want to come speak about this item, now's your chance. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. To have a motion from council.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask the council to please approve the information technology workstation equipment replacement on contract number 99999, SPD 000016100004, and an amount not to exceed $235,000, and ask the mayor to approve all necessary documents.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Mitchell, a second by Councilman Will. All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. Next item up is the intergovernmental agreement, City of Milton and City of Alpharetta for computer-aided dispatch and police records management systems. Director Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're asking for approval tonight of an IGA with the City of Alpharetta and City of Milton to continue our long-standing operational partnership between the two cities. As you all know, you approved recently a transition to our new software for CAD RMS, which is Hexagon. As in the past, Milton would also like to be able to utilize that same technology and same software. And for them to do so, the training, the tools, the cost for them would be $241,000, $241,537.18. And of course, they would be fully covering that cost, so there'd be no cost to us, but we need to enter into an agreement to be able to make that happen.
Any questions for Director Robinson? Thank you, sir. Ms. Shapiro, any public comment cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
However, now's your chance if you want to give public comment on this item. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve intergovernmental agreement between the City of Alpharetta and the City of Milton to continue the longstanding operational partnership with the City of Alpharetta, transition to the new software platform, associated Hexagon contract change order, purchase necessary software and training to accomplish the same, authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents.
Have a motion, and we have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously. Director Robinson, I believe you also have the next item, which is the request for proposal 23-116, public safety concealable body armor.
Yes, sir. We are asking for approval of RFP 23-116 and a 5-year contract with Galls LLC for concealable body armor for the Public Safety Department to authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents. The total cost, we're estimating needing probably 40 vests. Just as a reminder, vests typically last about 5 years. And total cost is $35,000, but as in the past, there is a bulletproof vest grant program, federal government, and so the cost to us would be $18,000, and their portion would be $17,000 for a total, again, of $35,000 for approximately 40 vests.
Any questions for Director Robinson? Councilman Hypes?
Director Robinson, just so I'll know for the next go-around, what is the uniform funding that's referenced in the staff report? Because
That's our budget.
under budgeting, it says no for capital, no for operating. So what's the bucket the 18 comes?
That's our budget. That comes out of our budget, out of our uniform budget. That's our portion. Whatever we pay for uniforms, or in this case, vest, that's our line item for our budget. It's budgeted.
Oh, okay. First of all, it is a budget item.
Yeah, it is a budget item, yes.
And then, second of all, I'm smiling at myself because I was using the term uniform more like a verb than an actual.
Right. I knew what you meant. I got you.
Gotcha. So thank you.
Any other questions for Director Robinson? Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Shapiro?
We have no comments, sir.
However, now's your chance to come speak on this item. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve award RFP 23-116 and a 5-year contract to Galls LLC for concealable body armor for the Public Safety Department and authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents.
Got a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Dorito. Motion by Councilman Will. Any discussion? The only discussion point is it seems odd that the bulletproof vests only last 1 year longer than the laptops. All those in favor of this item as moved, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. Next item up is the request for proposal 24-105, Taste of Alpharetta Event Management Contract Award. Mr. Kirby, you get to have the fun this time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Director Rogers sends his regrets. Actually, he's not. He's on vacation. So if I screw this up, that's the only regret he's going to have. Staff is recommending awarding RFP 24-105 to Premier Events LLC for the amount of $70,000 annually. That will provide the management services for the Taste of Alpharetta. This item was presented in the November 13th council work session by Director Rogers. Can't get his name right. So, he detailed the outline of how this event has progressed to where staff is asking to take a hybrid approach to the management services of Taste of Alpharetta. And we'll come before you tonight with a contract that's recommending the first step for that approach. Earlier this year, the Finance Department published an RFP seeking vendors interested in a 5-year contract to provide comprehensive and event management services for the Taste of Alpharetta. The city received 4 qualified responses, which were submitted to the evaluation committee for review and ranking. The highest score and the lowest cost firm was Premier Events LLC. As you're aware, Premier Events is a well-known partner with the City of Alpharetta. They've managed aspects of the Taste prior to this contract, and as well has successfully managed events such as the Wire and Wood. The proposal demonstrated the experience and the necessary resources to produce an excellent and Taste of Alpharetta. The staff submitted outlines of details of the scope of work and the financial requirements to move forward in the staff report, and we can take any questions that you may have.
Any questions from Mr. Kirby? Thanks, sir. Thank you. Ms. Shapiro?
We have no comment cards, sir.
However, if anyone wants to speak on this item, now's your chance. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I ask that council approve the award of RFP 24-105 to Premier Events LLC in an amount totaling $70,000 annually for a 5-year contract for event management services for the city's annual Taste of Alpharetta and for the mayor to execute all necessary documents.
Second. Have a motion by Councilman Hypes, second by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion as outlined, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote no. Councilman Mitchell? And it's unanimous. We'll move on to the next item. And what's our next item here?
Mr. Mayor, it's a resolution for me to read, if you want me to do it.
What's that?
It's a resolution for eminent domain for me to read. If you'd like me to go ahead and do it.
All right, if you can read the resolution, that'd be great.
A resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Alpharetta, Georgia, to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire certain property located at 200 Dodd Lane, Alpharetta, Georgia, 30005, tax parcel 21559012490760 for right-of-way for proposed Webb Bridge Road bike and pedestrian improvements from Big Creek Greenway to Webb Bridge Way. This, as the resolution title says, is for our office to file the necessary condemnation matters for the property located at 200 Dodd Lane. This is at the corner of Webb Bridge, right at the entrance of Shirley Estates, and it involves roughly 0.006 acres of fee simple right-of-way and 0.01 acres for a temporary construction easement. And so that's what is necessary at this point for us to proceed with the project.
Thank you, Ms. Eswan. Do we have any questions on this item? Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to
Mr.
make a
Mayor.
motion.
My part.
Oh,
Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. My apologies.
no problem. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution for eminent domain for Webb Bridge Road Project 19, 200 Dodd Lane, Alpharetta, Georgia, 3005, as read by our city attorney, Ms. Molly Eswin.
We have a motion by Councilman Mitchell and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Markle. Let's hurry up and get through this before it cracks. That was the motion to approve the resolution of eminent domain for Webb Bridge Road, project parcel 19. All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes.
Jason, did you vote?
I was looking for Doug. Okay. And it does pass unanimously. Councilman Dorito was not in the room at the moment. So that'll wrap up business items, and we'll move on to the work session item. Mr. Lagerbloom, would you like to do the introduction of this work session?
Mr. Mayor, sure, I'd be happy to. This is a follow-up and a continued discussion. A couple meetings ago, you reported on some events that had occurred that related to the CID and a position potentially taken, or a position not potentially, that was taken by their executive director. And the city attorney and I shut you down from having a discussion on it at that meeting because it was not advertised, although it was obvious that there were some members of council that wanted to weigh in. So this is a bring back of that item from 2 meetings ago. We'll let you have the discussion however you want amongst yourselves and see if any direction comes out of it for any additional follow-up, but that is the basis by which this comes to the agenda tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Lagerbloom. Yes, I mean, I've not received any comments or response to the email that I sent asking for clarity on why Senator Beach chose to work against the interests of our community and our property owners. And I know the other 6 of you have not had a chance to weigh in publicly, so I wanted to turn the floor over to anybody who has any thoughts or comments or how you would recommend we proceed at this point. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was on that email. I was also bothered by the fact that there was no response from anybody on the email chain, including board members. Although, for the record, I did receive a call from one board member, Mr. Al Nash. He was slightly apologetic, but was not forthcoming with any reasons of why we were not getting a response or why the activities happened, whether they were happening because of his position as a senator in the state or his position as a CID. But I explained to him those were some of the questions that were asked in the email, and at that point he was yet to respond to those. So I would say at this point, I'm disappointed in the leadership of the CID. They have done great things. I don't want to sit up here and say, you know, they're terrible. They're not. They've done some amazing things in this city. But in this situation, I think the fact that the city of Alpharetta provides over 80% of their revenue, which covers their salaries, operations, and everything else, that we would just get radio silence on a direct request for a response. And we've been in the same room with Senator Beach multiple times since then, so multiple opportunities to walk up and just explain or ask a question. But no, I was told to have the mayor call him, at which I responded to no, it's the other way around. The question was asked and it was not responded to. So I'm just going to leave it right here with the fact that I'm very disappointed that we are not getting a response from the leadership of the CID in regards to something of this magnitude, because it really is, I'll use the word somebody else used, it's despicable. If you're going to promote a project outside of your CID, outside of your district, and you have done nothing to put your community or economic development hat on from the state and explain your position, it just doesn't make sense. It's really, it's sad is what it is. So I've said my piece and I'm going to move on.
Any other thoughts or comments? Councilman Hypes?
Without getting into individuals or personalities, I will just say that one of my reasons for running for office back in 2018, the short list of what my why was North Point Mall. And it is such an important component to our city. And when we took our oath of office, part of what we stood up to do was to represent our residents and our best interests and our businesses here. And I can understand from some economic trips that I've been on the concept of regionalism and working across jurisdictional lines, but I further understand when we see the importance of an existing asset that can be improved and may very well be improved, and then potentially there are persons or entities that are working not in the best interest of Alpharetta and North Point Mall. You know, I hope for better. I think leadership calls us to lead, and you know, not everything is about be it politics or the next election. You know, we've got a job to do here, and so to anybody, whether it's the person's, you know, the person brought up for this session or anybody else, be it at the federal level, our representatives, our senators, the state level, the county level, and here at the local level, you know, I want them to lead right here, you know, in our city where they're invested and where they have history. So that's my hope. But you know, tomorrow's a new day, so maybe we'll see something new.
Any other thoughts or comments? Councilman Mitchell.
As a follow-up to that, I agree. When I agreed to run for office in the city of Alpharetta, it was to promote the city of Alpharetta. I've never had any interest or desire to promote Forsyth County. I don't live in Forsyth County. Why would I care? I don't even like Forsyth County going by Alpharetta because it's not in Alpharetta. They pay no taxes here. Why should they call themselves Alpharetta just because the postal code is there? So the fact that our CID, and I'm taking this very seriously, the fact that our CID has not responded to something that's a very valid question, it gives me great pause. And the fact that the president of our CID has promoted something outside of our city that will only serve as an economic engine for Forsyth County has nothing to do with Alpharetta. It's to our detriment. Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Hypes. It is to our detriment. And I think most taxpayers can put together why this is. But I'd like to invite Brandon to come and speak to us directly and tell us why it was so important to promote a project that's in Forsyth County. And I'd like for every CID board member to come to Alpharetta, to come to a city council meeting and explain why they think it's so unimportant that they don't even respond to the email. And because we don't have to have a CID. We can do a tax allocation district. And I'm personally so burned up by this that I'm ready to do that. I'm ready to vote on a tax allocation district and just do away with the CID. Because if we can't get better representation, something needs to change. Thank you.
Any other, Councilman Dorito?
Thank you, Mayor. I've discussed offline with the mayor about this topic and kind of concur with my colleagues' statements on the council already. I'm not going to repeat what they said, but I'm very disturbed by this, and putting personalities aside, but positions. When you're in a position of leadership, and frankly, we're investing 80% in salaries in the CID, we have a right to know why this was done. Unfortunately, the person that did it happens to be his senatorial district that he's pushing for. So that may be part of the reason. It's very disappointing because a lot of work has gone into our economic development in Alpharetta, and particularly the North Point Mall corridor, as Councilman Hypes already alluded to. And one of the reasons why I ran was to help try to foresee the future for that as well. And when we have some of our own people undermining our great efforts of our professional staff and a lot of discussions that have happened to date on some of the things we're trying to bring to the North Point corridor, and then to be undermined by basically one of our own, is frankly appalling. And it's very disappointing. And yeah, the CID as a body owes the public an explanation. And any time in government, and this applies to us on this dais, there's a bright line into, promoting projects versus considering proposals and voting on it, making sure you have no involvement in those projects, that you're not invested in those projects, that that you keep a bright line between your role of representing your city and the role, other roles that you might serve outside the city, and never get involved where you have a conflict of interest like this, because this is a significant conflict of interest that the CID needs to respond to. And Councilman Mitchell is right too. Maybe it's time to rethink about whether the CID should continue or not. I mean, I just think we need to, pull the reins back in and make sure that the CID is doing the business of the city as well as they do part of Roswell and Milton. And that's what we're paying them to do, and that's why we set it up, for the benefit of our economic development, and that's what it should stay. And if you're on that board, you shouldn't be trying to push projects outside of Alpharetta to other areas outside of Alpharetta, and it's bottom line, it's as simple as that.
Councilman Binder.
Can I ask Director Cook, since we're having a workshop, some questions on the economic development?
Absolutely. Director Cook.
I guess I'm trying to better understand the conflict on here. If Senator Beach was talking about a project in Forsyth County, he was discussing, what was the name of the project? Gathering. I can remember these names. But if it were to have the sports arena that they're going after, would there be economic benefit for us if it was in Forsyth County? I got to imagine if I was visiting an NHL game, I'd probably still hang out in Alpharetta and spend the night in Alpharetta rather than over there. I mean,
would there be an economic benefit for us if it was there versus
they foot the bill for the
in Alpharetta?
They foot the bill for the sports in Forsyth.
Well, I think you have it could cause a lot of issues for Alpharetta, of course, because I mean, I think probably Forsyth, for instance, maybe has 5 or 6 hotels. So we have 30 hotels. So while there may be a complex there and you may see some benefit to our hotels, eventually those hotels could shift to where they're built around the sports complex if it's in Forsyth. So there's a lot of impacts that are gradual. Some will be more immediate, but some will be over time. So I don't know if that was your question, if it was in Alpharetta versus Forsyth.
I think there's probably, is there some positivity of having them foot the bill for those hundreds of millions of dollars for bringing us sports? And then we get the residual effect of the entertainment.
To be honest, I have not reviewed their application. I know it has a sports component or an arena. I don't think that they even have a sports announcement. So, if we're talking about an arena in Alpharetta versus an arena of any type in Forsyth County, of course, if it's going to be a draw away from Alpharetta, that's an impact.
Have we worked with our state delegation on any kind of possibilities of that size, or just as we're trying to reverse course on North Point?
Well, I don't think that we want to work with the CID. I think it makes it difficult to work with the CID. I think typically if you look at other cities, counties that have a large mixed-use development that has a sports component, many times you will go to your local CD and your chambers, and those will be the people that help you put the marketing and the feasibility together, the study. But I don't think we feel comfortable with some of the things
Have we worked with them in the past? I mean, because we've discussed big, bright ideas for North Point. I mean, we discussed it during retreats. We've had reporters in the room about just, what we're saying is, it's a direct competition. And I'm saying, have we spoken with Brandon? Has he been part of those conversations as a state senator or as the CID?
With what we're planning within Alpharetta, no.
Okay.
But we have invested $150,000 in the feasibility study, and sorry.
Councilman Binder still has the floor.
So I've always said this, and I'll say it to his face. I can't fault Brandon for being Brandon. He's done it before. I've said the first time you and I bonded, Mayor, was when he tried to put a heavy rail line that was going to be too expensive and would never get built, and said he had the high ground. I mean, he's done this. It's consistent to how he works, and it's been beneficial to Alpharetta, and it's gone against us sometimes on this. This is no different. One other question too is I had a feeling this is how the workshop was going to go. We'll just say how he's heard our feelings and maybe gone, this isn't right. But are we willing as a council, and I'd like to know as a workshop, to put forward to say, let's start talking about special service district, to start looking at our options and give staff, what do you all need as a staff to say, here's our options to make sure we're not put in this place again where we feel that we're taken advantage of. So my question to you, Director Cook, is what would you need for us to get authority to say, okay, how can we make sure we're not put in this position again by having different models put forward and whatever analysis, case studies on there? Well, I don't want to spend this workshop as a meeting to say that we got hurt feelings, but we'll see what happens.
Well, I think the biggest issue is we need to be able to have the CID as our partner. So when you have a project it's that large, you have to make sure that your partner is working with you and not working with others. So that's the difficulty of it, is if we can't work with them and know that they're supporting what the city of Alpharetta is working on, it makes it difficult for us to have that outreach. Now, your question about the, I think, special service district, I think that would be, and I would look for Molly or Chris to add to this, but I guess that would be a workshop item, that we would have a separate workshop item that would have to be advertised specifically to discuss the special service district.
And I'd like to know from this council, that's something that would want to be pursued. Just like we haven't heard from Senator Beach, I've mentioned the special service district as an option that gives us more ability to control our own fate. Why, if Senator Beach is going to be Senator Beach, why put ourselves in the hands with them on that? So I think it's at least looking at our options on there. But I'm going to be honest too. I can't fault the guy for seeing that there's progress being made across the border that would have a residual effect. I think we all know, honestly, there would be a good residual effect to us. Wouldn't it be the best because it's not right in the center, but it's, I'd rather have it close to our border rather than another part of Atlanta. So you gotta look at it from that end. Where have we progressed? It goes back to my point on 2017. We said, how are we going to improve North Point? How far have we gotten? And so I think he needs to. I think we need to look at how we can maybe get a little bit faster on our progress.
Any other comments? Councilman Dorito?
I just want to echo what Ms. Cook just said. This is not about a personality. It's not about a person being the way that he is or she is. It's not right. I don't care what personality an individual has. When you're part of an organization that's supposed to be a partnership with the city that you're getting paid for, and that person decides to use their influence outside of our city in almost the same capacity of what they should be doing in our city, that's a conflict. That's how simple this is. And all we're saying is, whether it was me, whether it was Kathy Cook, whether it was anyone in the audience that was doing that, we'd be saying the same thing about it. It's just not right. That's all. And to boot, I still disagree with Councilman Barney. He keeps saying, we're not moving forward on North Point Corridor. There's a lot that has been done. Your office, I know, have spent countless hours on trying to move forward a North Point Corridor in the right direction. And I don't want to lose sight of that because you work hard on that, Kathy, you and your team.
Thank you.
And secondly, we have invested in $150,000 feasibility study to bring a sporting venue here potentially, right? That's all connected to what the senator did up in Forsyth County. And so it is undermining the investment we have made, and it is making it more difficult for us to foresee the future we're trying to see for Alpharetta. And that's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm glad to hear the feedback from all of you. I've heard comments in private and conversations that I felt that we were all on the same page. I think it's important the public knows and that the CID knows that. I will say, I don't excuse Brandon's behavior. Everybody who has worked with Brandon knows exactly what he is. Everything he does is because it's in the best interest of Brandon and his political ambitions. And I've had conversations with other municipalities in the CID who asked me about them. And much like Director Cook and as Binder mentioned, Alan can be, what I tell people is, Brandon can be a good ally if your goals align. If he thinks his political ambition is best served by aligning on behalf of what we're trying to do in the city of Alpharetta, he can be a great ally. But he's not a partner. He's never going to be a partner. I remember 10 years ago, if Brandon Beach had gotten what he wanted done 10 years ago, raising the sales tax on Alpharetta residents to pay for heavy rail coming up 400, we wouldn't have the T-Splosh now, because that was money. He was written up in the AJC as being the Democrats' favorite Republican because he was pushing their agenda so hard that he thought that was where he was going to be successful in his political ambitions. And now you see that all of a sudden the winds have changed and he's waving the Trump flag and supporting David Perdue when he thought that was a bright thing to do for our state senator to support David Perdue running against our sitting governor. So I'm tired of excusing the bad behavior, and if he's not going to have the cojones to sit down and have a conversation with me about why he chose to work against us, and don't dismiss it. The first time I had a conversation with Brandon about the hockey potential in the sports arena, I was on an economic development tour with the North Fulton Chamber. And the rumors started getting hot and heavy and things were coming out, and Brandon said, and he was like, oh yeah, they're going to put this thing in, going to be in Forsyth County, blah, blah, blah. It's a done deal. And I said, well, Brandon, we'd love to have something like that at North Point, and we'd be glad to work on that too. And he goes, oh, don't worry about it. It's a done deal. We got it under, it's all done, and all this stuff. And so he's been working diligently to ingratiate himself with the investors and the people in Forsyth County. That's intentional. And I don't excuse that behavior, but what I'm really upset about is the North Fulton CID has been a great partner with us since their creation. They have been a valuable partner on project after project after project, tens of millions of dollars, and all through that, it's been a partnership. But now Brandon has made it clear that because of his politics, we're not partners, we're allies. And if somebody's got a bigger dollar sign that they're going to dangle in front of them, we can't count on the CID to follow through on our best interests. And so we need to have a conversation. I would recommend that perhaps before we try to invite them here, because in that environment, you're probably not going to have a great conversation, but perhaps myself and Pete and Kathy can go have a conversation at one of their board meetings and have a face-to-face conversation of what's more important, Brandon's political ambitions or the city of Alpharetta's future. Would y'all support that? Yes. Okay. I think that gives me the direction I need to know that I'm not just walking in as the mayor of one opinion, that if that's a conversation we need to have, I'm willing to have it. So, any other comments? Councilman Will?
I would also suggest that we revisit the CID and how it's funded and what our opportunities are to potentially have a better impact on the city of Alpharetta because of that.
Councilman Hypes?
Well, to bridge Councilman Binder with Councilman Will, I for one have submitted this topic as a potential topic for the retreat, where we can sit down, have an extended presentation to understand all the nuances, and then ask questions and have a deliberative process to go through this. But whether or not it ends up as a retreat topic or not, I do not know, but I've asked that it be a retreat topic.
I received that earlier today, and I think it's a good idea, and I think that venue and opportunity is coming up soon enough that it's not kicking it too far into the future, that by the time we get through the holidays, we're going to be at that moment for that retreat before we know it. So I did note it, Councilman Hypes, as a retreat opportunity, and I think it's a good one.
Any other comments? Thank you, everyone. So that'll wrap up the work session. I don't see any public, but if there's any public comments, now's your time. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any other reports? Councilman Hypes?
I wish the Director of Fun was here right now, but we do have Kurt in the back and some other folks who, we had an extremely successful tree lighting, what do you call it, ceremony presentation out here in front of City Hall and out into the town green. It was a perfect evening. A lot of thought and was put into how to present that with the bigger stage and the arts and the ballet folks that were up on the stage. And you know, it again, those captured moments where you see what makes Alpharetta special. just by being around other Alpharetta residents. That was one of those nights. And so my hat's off to all that hard work that those folks put into that. And I was amazed that the very next morning, early, when I was walking into town, you couldn't even tell there was a stage down there. So you all must have stayed very late. But kudos to Rex and Park, probably Public Safety and Public Works and everybody else. Good job.
Any other reports?
Mr. Mayor, I've got one real quick.
Mr. Lagerblum, you have it.
We've kept you all here close to 11 o'clock tonight, so I appreciate that. The news I have is that we really don't have any agenda items for next Monday night that can't be moved till, until the 18th, the meeting of the 18th. So I'm going to propose that we not have a meeting on December the 4th. We'll move those items to the 18th, so I'm hoping that we can give you one of your evenings back.
Thanks, sir. And I do believe we have an executive session this evening, so I'll call for a motion and vote to recess the meeting for an executive session.
Motion to recess to executive session.
Have a motion by Councilman Hype, second by Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor of recessing into executive session?
Topic is pending litigation.
Pending litigation. Vote yes, otherwise vote no. And it does pass unanimously. We will be back in a few minutes. I hope so.
I'll meet you outside the wall.
Are you gonna
Move?
out of Alpharetta now?
I think I'm gonna go to move to Milton and just take a stab at that. insurance is for. That's what insurance is for.
We have a motion to reconvene.
Motion to reconvene.
We have a motion by Mitchell, second by Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor of reconvening into the meeting, please vote yes.
Motion to adjourn.
And we are reconvened. It passes unanimously. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Mayor.
Second.
Councilman Dorito, Mayor Pro Tem Merkel, in favor of adjourning, vote yes. And it's unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned.